That's locked. Okay, right. Okay, right. So, a couple of weeks back, I came across a quite a good piece. Actually, it's not been a couple of weeks. It's been a long time ago. And the piece that I'm talking about, I'm gonna share my screen with you all, and I'm gonna go straight into this. Um, and it's a piece by a fellow called Tristan Samuels. Now, I couldn't nail this guy down. I couldn't track him down. I couldn't. For some reason, he's quite elusive, and so I just had to give that side of things off up. I'm normally quite good at um getting a picture of someone. Well, actually, now that I say that, probably didn't try hard enough because I'm looking at the article, and as I look at it, it's got it's got the individual's name right at the very bottom of the article. So I obviously didn't do my very best research work there. Um, but I'm just gonna get the article up on the screen so that we can get started tonight. Like I said, I've been quite busy, so not being able to get as frequent with the video output on the channel. But again, I've said this before, it's a one-man team, and this is a labor of love right now. It's a labor of love, and a lot of you people, a lot of our subscribers right now at this early stage, you know that if you're with us at this early stage of Trillblack, you are one of the real ones, and you know that this is something we do because not because not because there's much in it for us in the way of praise and accolades or money or anything like that, but because it's our history, because it's our thing. It's it's without it. We're looking after the next generation with this stuff. We're looking after the next generation so that people can't ever say, ever say again to the black man's face that he has no history. Never. So this is something we have to do. Um, so we just have to plow on. So right, Tristan Samuels is his name, the fella's name that we are going to be looking at tonight, and we've got an individual who I think at the bottom of the article is at the University of Toronto. This is a 2015 article, and I came across this article a long time ago, but it came again up in my like in the peripheral of my mind a couple of weeks back, and I thought, you know what, I have to share this. I have to share this with the community because it, like we did with the Frank Martin article, what is it, a month and a half ago now, when we took that article um apart in a positive way because it was a very commonsensical article from the 80s. Um, like we did with that article, I think this article merits that kind of attention. This is an this is from an academic journal, the Journal of what's it? It's in the Journal of Black Studies, and it's by a professor or a doctor called Tristan Samuels, Near and Middle Eastern Civilizations, University of Toronto, and he's just put this up in the journal. I don't know where he is right now in his academic pursuits. I'm not sure, but I am glad he put this out, and it's titled "Herodotus and the Black Body." Now the subtitle is a critical race theory analysis. Now, whatever you think of critical race theory, that's neither here nor there. We're not going to be looking at that side of things. We're going to be looking at essentially what is an airtight, amazing piece of not sophistry, not fake arguments, but an amazing piece of just dismantling of false narratives around ancient Egypt. So I'm glad we're set up. I'm glad I can just get going now. I'm going to share the screen, and I'm just going to read this. I'm going to start off just reading this. because that's all this needs. Um, there is no need to get distracted tonight. There's no need to. This article speaks for itself, and it touches on a lot of things, that a lot of arguments that we don't really see. I'll just give everyone a backdrop. I'll give everyone a backdrop. When I first came to this topic, I said this before. When I first came to this topic, I came completely, like, not blindsided at all. I'm talking a black guy who actually, for the most part, believed. I mean, it went against my instinct. It goes against your instinct. You think Egypt is in Africa, so as a child, when people look at you and they smile or they laugh and they say, "Oh, no, 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 it's in Africa, but not Africa like that." You kind of think, really, but you're a child. What do you know? You're a young adult. You're just here to learn. You just here for the ride. So you believe what you get told. You believe what you're taught in school. That's one of the things as well. School, I'm realizing, is a place that is overrated. You're just overrated in the sense that for the most part, you're brainwashed. That's what school is. So you just uh, uber impressionable, and you just take on what your elders or your teachers or whatever tell you. So you park that to the side, and you go about your business, and you believe what you're told for much of your life, and you don't look under that rock for a good a good amount of time. And then as you grow up and you learn to question, you learn to reason, you learn to think for yourself, you start to ask questions again. You start to revisit. I think I should think is it a lot of um a few subjects that you thought were a given before. I I I think we should all do that. I'm pretty, like, that's a healthy thing to do. If you're not, as an adult, if you still hold the same views with if you still hold the same views if you still hold the same views that you do, um that you did when you were 18, about 90% of what you believed, let's say, I've completely mashed that up, but if you still believe 90% of what you believed when you were 18 years old, or 20, or even 25, then I'd say you're pretty much of a zombie. You're pretty much of a zombie if you're not constantly adding to your knowledge and thinking, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe I believe that, and I can't believe I believe that, and I can't believe I believe that." Then yeah, I'd say you need someone to shake you from time to time. So you go through life, and you think, and you revisit old ground, and with new knowledge, you think that doesn't make sense. Or even maybe not new knowledge, you just think to yourself, how about I go back to basics? This doesn't make any sense. So, and that's what I did with ancient Egypt. It didn't sit right. You come across other lies in history, and you think, well, if that's a lie, that could be a lie too. Ancient Egypt being one of them. I remember, I don't know if I told this story before. I might tell it again. Why not? I'll tell it again. But you're at university, and you're told, this is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Just pause, class. Class, it's not class. Just pause for a second. I just want to fix something on the just some back end stuff here. Unbelievable.
You you could.
What do you mean by that? You broke back?
You want
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
That's suspicious.
So again, you believe what you're told. Um, You believe what you're told, but you revisit it. And Egypt stuck in my craw. There's no way this this great civilization is sitting firmly on the African continent, and has nothing to do with black Africans. There's no way. And there's no way all it has to do with black Africans is slavery. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, we can just about um understand the transatlantic slave trade, yes, okay, but to say that the only reason Africans move from one part of Africa to another part of Africa without a sea barrier now, without a sea barrier, is due to slavery and nothing else, it, uh, it doesn't make any sense. It also doesn't make any sense when you start looking at the images of the ancient Egyptians, when you start looking at their statues and their artwork, and you start reading into their history, their religion, their belief systems. There's no way that this isn't an African civilization. One of the first giveaways for me was their names. I don't know what anyone thinks about that, but I find when you look at ancient Egypt, Kemet, as we like to say, and I think we should stick with that, but I'm just old habits die hard. But one of the things that you find when you look at ancient Egypt is that you are dealing with names that sound African. You're dealing with names that just, if you are honest about it, if you are listening to them and you're hearing what you're hearing, there's no way Tutankhamun, Khufu, Khafre, all of these names, Amun, all of these names, there's no way that they're divorced from Africa. There's no way they're divorced from black Africans, continental Africans. So this article I'm about to read kind of goes through it's kind of a coming to, it's a full circle kind of article. It reinforces everything that you knew, that we as Africans know deep inside of us, but we can't particularly articulate when it comes to certain things. Now, the Herodotus controversy. Let me come back to the Herodotus controversy. Herodotus writes that the Egyptians are the Colchians, a group of people in the not far from the Caucasus Mountains, are black-skinned and woolly-haired, just like their counterparts in Egypt. The only other place where this is mentioned in this kind of comparison is mentioned, the Colchians with the Egyptians, is by Strabo, and I think he's a Roman era philosopher or writer. And he does something interesting. He doesn't just link Colchis to Egypt because of the black skin and the woolly hair. He links Egypt to Colchis and Ethiopia. He specifically says Egypt, Colchis, and Ethiopia. And he says he believes that the Egyptians conquered, went as far as Colchis, and conquered as far south on the African continent as the Ethiopians, or what they knew as Ethiopia, the deepest, more sovereignly black world in Africa. Now, you will not hear that. This article doesn't even touch that, but that's just something I'll drop out there for free. So anyway, I'm just going to start on this article. It's called Herodotus and the Black Body, a critical race theory analysis by Tristan Samuel. As I've already said, the critical race bit is controversial today for many reasons, but we'll leave that to the side. Because we don't even need to touch all of that. We just need to go for the truth, and that's what this article touches on. So I'm going to share my screen. Right, am I still being heard out there? Thank you, Sir Factant. The truth does not need praise. No, it doesn't. Can't remember what I said now. To get that response. But yes, it doesn't. I'm so glad to see some of the same usual customers in the building. I don't think I've laid eyes on a Larry Bailey, but again, thank you for being here. Thank you, Jed Kane, moderator, keeping everything in line in the chat. And right, let me share my screen. Okay, just gonna have to Let go of some things. Right, I just want to wait and see if my screen's been shared. Don't start on me tonight. Don't even start on me tonight. I said don't start on me tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Here we go. Don't start on me tonight because I'm not in the mood. Right. Ooh. Okay, let's go off that for a minute. Now that I know that works, come off that for a second. Come back here. And we will check this out again. Good. Behave yourself now. Just behave yourself. Just behave your dirty looking self. Talk to me. Okay. Right, guys, just talk to myself. Don't mind me. Making sure everything's working as it should. Tristan Samuel starts. Abstract. Herodotus' view of blackness is discussed only in relation to his 2.104 passage where he describes the Egyptian physical appearance. This is a consequence of the modern debate on ancient Egyptian racial identity. Inevitably, commentators on the passage have been heavily concerned with defending their predispositions about ancient Egyptian racial identity. As a result, there has been no critical engagement with Herodotus' conceptualization of blackness. This analysis uses critical race theory to address this methodological problem. Contrary to the consensus in Greco-Roman studies, blackness was a factor in ancient Greek racial thought. It is evident that Herodotus' own understanding of blackness did not differ from the general Greek worldview. Ultimately, this analysis shows that blackness was a significant aspect of Herodotus' ethnography for particular racial groups. Okay, that's just an introduction, a very, very basic introduction to what we're about to read. And don't know whether to skip, how much of this to skip, but I think what I'll do is I'll start reading from commentaries on Herodotus 2.104. Okay. Overt anti-black racism was commonplace in early commentaries on Herodotus. The commentary of Greco-Roman scholars Howe and Wells is an example of this overt anti-black racism. They concede that Herodotus' description was the usual Greek idea, but dismiss it as an exaggeration of the brown ancient Egyptian complexion. To explain this alleged mistake, they suggest that Herodotus was confused by the numerous Negro slaves he saw in the streets of Memphis. So, Howe and Wells are academics who are writing in 1968, and as recently as 1968, you have academicians trying to explain away this idea that Herodotus says the ancient Egyptians were black and woolly skin. See, what's interesting about this is you can't have it both ways. So we have people, and there might be people who tune in to watch this video later on, maybe not now, maybe not live. They might be listening right now. They might not be. But there will be people who come later on and say, Well, actually, this is this is one of the things that first threw me off the scent, and it was, well, the translation is dark skin, okay? And if you're very even-minded, if you're fair-minded, you will think to yourself, okay, do you know what? Some people have obviously got it wrong. Some people in their eagerness to to claim Egypt for Africans and black Africans, they've misjudged the translation. It's dark skinned. And you can say, okay, dark skin, that could be just Middle Eastern people generally, and you could go away on your happy way and think a load of Afrocentrists have got it wrong. Now, what's interesting about that is, like I said, you can't have it both ways. Uh, what the academics have largely done is they've tried to have it both ways. So on the one hand, you get some academics who will say it's a translation problem. On the other hand, equally, equally, what would be the word? Equally sort of qualified academics would say, no, 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 it's not a translation problem. Herodotus was confused, or Herodotus, we can't really trust Herodotus because he also says crazy things like there are cyclops in this part of the world, one-eyed men, and actually, we'll come back to that later. Herodotus doesn't say that. He's quite honest. Whatever he doesn't believe himself, he'll say, I don't believe. He'll say he was the first historian. There's a good reason why Herodotus is known as the father of history. He's the first person to take what he hears with a pinch of salt and says, this is what I've been told. I don't necessarily believe it, but in my travels, this is what the local people have told me about their history. He's one of the first people, if not the first person, to do that. And that's why he earned the name the father of history. So, but what very disingenuous people will do is tell you that he didn't know what he was talking about. He was talking a load of rubbish. There's a fellow that even goes so far as to say, there are people who even go so far as to say, Herodotus didn't go to any of these places. We're not so sure that he even traveled to Egypt. They don't have any proof of this. Okay, you could say we don't have any proof that he went there either, but there's no proof either way that he even existed. If you want to continue to be silly about this, you can even just say, just throw all of ancient historical accounts aside. There's no history of anything. There's no proof of anything. You could just carry on doing that to absurdity. But they don't do that. They only do that insofar as they want to discredit somebody, insofar as discrediting that individual serves a particular narrative. So, one angle is to discredit the translation. Another angle is to discredit Herodotus himself or his eyesight. And there's another live coming up that I will do that will just be I don't want to give too much away. Actually, that one will just be a pure fun live. But what this article is pointing out very early on in its section on commentaries on Herodotus is to say that Howard Wells, one of the I don't know much about them, but supposedly they are respected in their fields, or they were respected in their fields when they wrote whatever they wrote in 1968. They go on to say, Herodotus, this great Greek bastion of, how they talk about the Greeks as the Greeks were these great philosophers until they're not, because they're saying something we don't quite like and we don't know what to make of it. Yeah. Until then, it's a case of, they're great bastions of knowledge, and the Greeks, they gave us this and they gave us that, and how incredible they are. And then it's, this bit where he says people Egyptians are black and have kinky hair, he might not have actually, we don't really know what he's talking about. That's the kind of games we are playing when it comes to this period and time and space and place in history. Now, if people are willing to be so disingenuous, are willing to look at you in the face and say, an ancient historian who in all other areas is supposedly respected and reputed, all of a sudden becomes untrustworthy when it comes to a testimony and that testimony being that ancient Egyptians were black. If people are willing to lie to you like that, what more are they willing to lie to you about? Cough, cough, genetics. You know, there's a massive song and dance made about the genetics of the ancient Egyptians. Without being a biologist or a geneticist myself, you don't need, when you see the level of lies that pervades translations, archaeology, curating the artifacts that surround this time and place in history, you don't need to have a PhD in genetics or anthropology or biology, biological sciences or biology to know that, you know what, I don't even need to see that. I don't even need to see that study that you're claiming to have done that proves that they were Middle Eastern or white or whatever. I don't need to see that, because this is what you were willing to do with a text that I can see with my own two eyes, with something that I can read. I can go to the library and read for myself and find out the truth. This is the lengths to which you're willing to manipulate that. I don't need to read your genetic tests. I don't need to, because I know that you are obviously corrupt. You've obviously got a mental issue. We did a live not long ago. What did we call it? White psychosis. We called it white psychosis because I know that sounds offensive, but it actually is a psychosis. So I still have people in the comments come and say things like, maybe I'll take a detour tonight and we'll just have a look at some of the comments that the channel gets on the videos. And one guy said on the video I did last year, talking about what the Greeks and the ancient Romans, how they described Egyptians, some guy in the comments said, what this brain box doesn't understand. First of all, I didn't even know I was a brain box, but thank you very much for calling me a brain box, you know. But they get so angry. This guy went on to rant about how the translations don't matter because it's all about the genetic tests. Oh, okay. Which we can come to later on, but this video isn't about that. All right. We'll go back to Mr. Samuel said. Mr. Samuel says, Howard Wells writes, and I'm reading Commentaries on Herodotus 2.104. Excuse me. Howard Wells say that, quote, Herodotus was confused by the numerous Negro slaves he saw in the streets of Memphis. Okay, that's what he claims. That's what they claim. Let's just look at what's particularly wrong with that. Herodotus is supposed to be writing in 500 to 600 BC. That's quite late in the game already. Even as far as ancient Egypt is concerned, we're talking one of the most ancient of ancient civilizations. Ancient Egypt saw Babylon, saw rise and falls of many other ancient civilizations. So 500 BC might seem like a long time ago, but it's actually not that long. It's coming to the end, the decline of what we know as the Egyptian civilization and empire, right? And as far into Egyptian history as 500 BC, and as far north, time and place, as far north as Memphis. Memphis, I think let me see if I've got this ready for you guys. Right, again, I didn't want to depend on the internet because knowing my luck, things always go belly up when I do that. So let me just show you a map of Memphis on the screen now. I hope you can see this. It's going to come up. Now, we got, let's have a look. Memphis is right up here. Right up here. We're talking north, pretty much as far north as you can go without coming to the Mediterranean Sea. You know, it's quite far north. So Howard Wells don't take the tact of saying, oh, do you know what? It's a translation thing. You know, it's a translation thing. They don't even do that. Because I'm guessing they're thinking, let that game is stupid. Let's not play that game. Even though nowadays that's the first trick in the bag of the racists, the psychotic, neurotic weirdos who carry on making this debate an issue. That's the first thing they do. They pull for the translation thing. How and Wells are saying, they're admitting that, okay, fine, Herodotus sees people as far north. We always like to say, didn't Metatron say in his video, his response, he misunderstands a particular. Metatron used this obscure text, and he's to disprove Kweli Mika. He says the quote was supposedly a poem from ancient Egypt or Greek or whatever, and the poet was saying, it is a strange for somebody from the Delta, as far north of the Delta. He was basically, the writer was using a similitude, was saying, this experience I'm going through is so strange to me. It's as strange as someone from the Delta, from the north of Egypt, finding themselves in Upper Egypt. And he uses that to prove that, oh, look, it's that, if you're in the south, you're black. Okay, you could be more black, but if you're in the north, you could be more white. But the text said nothing about skin color of the Egyptians. That could have been talking about anything. And actually, in actual fact, it's more likely that was talking about culture. There was a distinctive gulf in terms of Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, in terms of culture. But Metatron, in his sophistry, used that to say, well, see, it's clearly talking about skin color. It clearly means that. And that itself was coming a long way, a long way from where he started in the first video that started the whole debate, where he said, oh, they went black and whatever. He was at least admitting there that half of Egypt would have looked pretty much like Black Africa, Upper Egypt, namely. But that was lost on the guy. He just, we won't go, but we won't revisit that. But Howe and Wells are admitting, they're not debating. Now, they're not debating now with you about what Herodotus sees. Okay? What they're saying is that there were so many black people, the numerous Negro slaves he saw in the streets of Memphis, that he just confused them for actual Egyptians. Now, if there's so many black folk in a time in Egypt in that time, that Herodotus is confusing them for the actual owners of the place, for the actual people who, then at what stage can you say Herodotus actually maybe was seeing native Egyptians? If I'm in, at what point do I walk into, I don't know, what's the whitest place you can think of? I got people listening in America. What's the whitest place, chat? What's the whitest place in America? And what's the whitest place in England? I don't know. Maybe Kent. Maybe not now, because refugee taking over down Kent. Where's pretty white right now? Cornwall in the south of England. So I walk into Cornwall, Utah. Sir Factan says Utah. Thank you. I walk into Utah and I say, wow, sure, a lot of white people here. Oh, whoa, must be them white slaves. Must be them white slaves of the black people who, Oregon. Thank you. Well, it must be those white people, must be the slaves. I can't see any black folk now. Maybe one or two in about 200. But oh my goodness, we've got these white folks own a lot of these black folk own a lot of white slaves. That's what Howard Wells literally expect these people saddled with their credentials. This is what they put out. Herodotus confused by the numerous Negro slaves he saw. Now, again, these are the experts. These This is what they've been doing for however long they've been doing it. Okay? When we talk about a psychosis, this is it. Okay? Let's read on. Let's read what, because this isn't about me. This isn't really, shouldn't be about my opinions. This should be about Mr. Tristan Samuels, the good Mr. Tristan Samuels. Okay. The good Mr. Tristan Samuels, who is going to explain this to us. So let's carry on. Let's carry on with what he says. So in this live, I just wanna if you can actually I don't want to be proud here. So how will I put this? My hope for this live is so that if you listen back to this, you can actually have armed. I know a lot of people, I'm preaching to the choir here, and a lot of people who are listening to me have probably been fighting this battle maybe since before I was born. Probably since before I was born. I'm new to this. I'm a 30-something-year-old guy who's new to this fight. So my culture, I'm a Nigerian man, and living accustomed, naturalized in Britain, and where I come from, before you can talk in the presence of elders, you have to ask their permission. You have to say, not even ask their permission, you have to say, look, I'm about to start throwing down what I think is truth, but I humbly ask the permission of my elders. So what I'm saying here, I'm saying so that we can possibly have sort of an abridged sort of list of how to come back against all these lies as far as it comes, as far as it pertains to this Herodotus debate, because it's something that they think they've debunked. They think they've debunked Herodotus. So my hope for this live is that even if, and again, I know I'm talking to people who are probably old in this game, the veterans, seasoned veterans in this game. You guys know what you're talking about. But I'm hoping that I can help provide a Reader's Digest of how to actually combat their lies when it comes to this Herodotus thing. Because I see again and again, there are things we don't need, there are avenues we don't even need to go down when it comes to this debate. And I'm just hoping this live is a repository of just certain basic facts, you know? All right. So we'll carry on with what Mr. Tristan Samuel says. Not before I commend to the audience, Mr. Surfactant says the copium is real. I don't believe anything quote unquote experts say about history anymore, especially ours. Yes, and that's £5. £5. I'm still thinking UK here. $5 super chat from Surfactant. Thank you very much for that. So, right, let me carry on. Mr. Tristan Samuels responds to Howard Wells by saying, first and foremost, the skin complexions among black people include various shades of brown and black. True. Moreover, the quote Negro slaves argument is clearly an anti-black stereotype. Furthermore, it never occurs to Howard Wells that the quote usual Greek idea was not a lie or mistake, but simply what Greeks observed in Egypt. Yeah, what we just said. It doesn't occur to them because it doesn't occur to them. They're blindsided. They're psychotic. Sorry, but they are. It doesn't occur to them that this is simply what Herodotus observed in Egypt. Howard Wells' slippery logic assumes that the Egyptians could not be black based on their views of the ancient Egyptian racial identity, not Herodotus's. The overt anti-black racism in Howard Wells' analysis does not appear in recent scholarship. Okay. Is that true? I don't know. I don't know if it doesn't appear. Actually, that could be a factual statement insofar as Mr. Samuels says the overt anti-black racism. So maybe it's not so overt anymore. It's a bit more covert. Okay, so I'll take that statement. That's probably true. However, it is significant to highlight the shortcomings of their commentary because similar arguments reappear in later interpretations. Preach to them. Preach to them.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Okay, we will. All right, come on. In order to prove that Herodotus never went to Egypt, Kimball O.R. Mayo, 1978, uses the Herodotus passage as evidence. He concludes Herodotus's Egyptian and Black Sea blacks are merely another version of Aeschylus's black-limbed sailors and Pindar's black-faced Colchians. Either he did go to Egypt and Colchis and remained content to tell of traditional blacks that he and his audience wanted to find there, or he never went to Egypt and Colchis at all. So, Tristan Samuels has gone and brought up a Kimball O. Armayo, who in 1978 wrote, and again, this isn't actually something that is fringe. This is something that they resort to. They resort to outright. What happened to my voice there? They resort to
that you could.
Okay. I don't know what happened to my voice there. But they resort to actually saying, well, we're not quite sure whether Herodotus did actually go to Colchis after all, or whether he went to Egypt at all.
What?
Again, that's like these are the lengths that they go to. Kimball O. Armayo, I think, is somebody from. I looked into him. Should we try looking into him now? I don't want to crash the system. I really don't want to crash the system. I think he's actually I did Google him, and at the time he wrote this article, I think he was working no surprises, drum roll everybody, Alabama University. I mean, obviously, I'll say no more about that particular region of America. But okay, so this guy Kimball O. Armayo says that no, we're not even sure whether Herodotus went to Colchis, whether he went to Egypt, because, well, we're just not sure now, because he calls the ancient Egyptians. Again, this passage has really messed with them for years. If they could scrub this, they would have. If they could have buried Herodotus saying the Colchians, like the Egyptians, are black-skinned and woolly-haired, they would have done. They've taken many different tacts to try and problematize this text, this passage. Many. And one of the most recent ones is the claim that black doesn't mean black. Melas, melancroes, melanas doesn't mean black. It means dark skin, tanned. Now, if you know what you're dealing with, you know that that's a pretty pathetic attempt. Because again, like I said, you can't have it both ways. I'll put it this way, your people claiming the translation's bad and also Herodotus didn't go there. Which is it? Which actually is it? But the more prevalent one you hear these days is to claim that, it's a different translation. So it's taking them a while to settle on that. That's what they're going with right now. But back in 1978, Kimball O. Armayo was saying that Herodotus didn't actually go to Egypt. And some people actually still hold to that. Okay. All right. Tristan Samuel says, this conclusion is based solely on Armayo's view of ancient Egyptian racial identity. He acknowledges that Greeks and Romans saw the Egyptians as black. But his argument presupposes that all the Greeks and Romans who mention Egyptian blacks never went to Egypt, which is entirely false. So, Mayo, I tried to read the article. I couldn't. I didn't have enough time. I tried to. I'm not gonna say I tried to be fair, 'cause that's a lie. I do have a bias against that rubbish. It's called a BS sniffer test thing. So anyway, I didn't read the article, but this guy, I would have wasted. It sounds like I would have wasted my time, because this guy doesn't just he doesn't just go for Herodotus. He doesn't just say, yeah, Herodotus didn't go anywhere. He didn't know what he's talking about. In an attempt to deal with the fact that the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Greeks, the ancient Romans actually call the ancient Egyptians black. He just goes all out and he says, you know what? Everywhere you see in the ancient record where the Romans and the and the Greeks are calling the Egyptians black people and are describing them with thick lips, woolly hair, broad noses, thin spindle shanks, like thin legs, which typically are an Eastern African trait. All of that, none of them ever went there. He goes for all the marbles. He actually goes for all the marbles. This is crazy. This is like
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Certain things like some things I'm alone. It's a thing. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Man. Oh.
so I just had to let Carl. I don't know. I don't know if you guys can hear my I want to start having fun with this. I really want to start having fun with this, because otherwise, I think we're missing a trick. We are missing a complete trick when we take these people at face value, as if they actually deserve. I don't know if anyone knows of the Great Debate. The Great Debate, where you have what's my man's name? The great how can I forget? I don't know what's wrong with me today. The great debate between Martin Bernal and the great our great legend hero. What was his name now? Please, somebody help me in the chat. Mary Lefkowitz is on the panel, the racist lady who's masquerading as an academic, and this other guy is on her side, and it's a panel. This goes back to 1996, and it's a debate. It's a debate to settle the Egyptian and black thing once and for all, and whether the Egyptians were black thing once and for all, and the black gentleman. Why am I saying this? The Destruction of Black Civilization. Who wrote it? Please help me, chat. The Destruction of Black Civilization. John Henrik Clarke. Thank you. What is wrong with me? Oh, right. Thank you, Nerd Large. Thank you, Surfactant. Watching the Great Debate, you've got John Henrik Clarke and Martin Bernal teaming up. I think at this point he's really lost his not the UNESCO one, sorry, but it's been answered. Thank you, Sonic. It's John Henry Clarke teaming up with Martin Bernal, who wrote Black Athena, versus Mary Lefkowitz and some other bold Caucasian fellow. And Mary Lefkowitz is pretending to be objective, saying that, you're Afrocentrist, you don't know what you're talking about. And John Henrik Clarke just comes out right and says, he says at one point, he says, I don't even have to debate with you. You are not my equal. And, you could call that arrogant all you want. But actually, yes, I only debate with equals. All others I teach. Thank you. Surfactant knows his stuff. That's exactly what he said. But he also says in different places in that amazing, amazing debate, he says, I can't remember exactly how he put it, but he completely, bars is the word, he dropped some heat at that debate. And if you've not watched it, I recommend that you go and watch that debate. It's about 2 hours long, and it's 2 hours you'll you will be glad, well worth spending watching the thing. But you have to laugh, and you have to laugh in their face. I used to get really pent up and really worried about this debate, but actually now I just laugh, because it's the level of contempt that they deserve. It is the level of contempt that they deserve, and they do not deserve to be taken seriously. So, again, Tristan Samuels cites this fellow who's now trying to convince all of us that actually not just Herodotus, but none of the Greeks and Romans who went to Africa and described the ancient Egyptians as black people, not Middle Eastern, not Near Eastern, black Africans, they don't know what they're talking about. They went there. So, when people like Metatron, again, I'm loath to bring him up again, but he's part of the history now of this whole thing, at least so far as YouTube is concerned. Well, people like Metatron pretend, and I don't think I advise you to do this, but if you go back to that response he did, that first response he did to Kweli Mika, and he raises up his hands, his fingers, as though to say, "Oh, I've got a nuclear bomb here," and he says, "Well, what was it he said? He said, unanimously, you say Kweli Mika, unanimously. Are you sure about that?" And he goes on. He proceeds to read these different quotes. Those are the weakest. Those are the strongest ones he could find, not in favor of our argument. However, we're going to look at those quotes tonight. We're going to take a detour. We're going to look at the quotes that he cited tonight and look at them properly. Because even in those quotes, you'll find that actually they're not saying what he's saying. They're not saying what he thinks what he thinks they're saying. Now, but the point I want to make is that you have an actual expert here, someone who's paid. So, again, go back to this article that we're reading by Tristan Samuels, somewhere in Canada, somewhere in a faculty in Canada, saying, is it Canada now? I can't remember. But he's literally saying that some people are so crazy, so insane in their denial that they'll go so far as to claim that these Romans and Greeks did not go to Egypt because basically my point is I got lost there a bit. My point here is that you've got a situation where the majority of the ancient record speaks to who the Egyptians were as black Africans, to the point where somebody like Kimbo O. Armayo has to say they just didn't. The best he can do with the text available to him is to say, well, they might say that, they might claim they're Africans, but they're just saying that. They didn't actually go there. They're just guessing. They're guessing based on a stereotype, based on a racial stereotype of Africans in general. That's the best an actual expert can do when he's objectively looked at the facts. The best he can do in his denialism is to say, well, we're not sure that they went there. And yet you have in 2024, 2023, people, the amount of logical acrobatics you have to do to dodge all the texts that speak to the blackness of ancient Egypt and then find little specious, ambiguous quotes and then present them and say, see, it says they're not as dark as Indians and they're not as dark as which is what Metatron did. He found a couple of quotes that he manipulated to fit his narrative as showing that, see, they're not black Africans. That's doing too much. You've done so much there when the experts are telling you, Look, sit down. Dude, Metatron, sit down. These texts exist. The overwhelming preponderance of them say that they're blacks. But let's settle for the approach that they just didn't go to Egypt. That's what the experts are saying. They're saying to Metatron, sit your butt down. This is what we'll go with in 1978 at least. Okay? That's what they're saying. Tristan Samuels highlights that. Okay. Let's carry on. Tristan Samuel says that he carries on. This conclusion is based, I'm on page 725 now, and at the very start of 725. This conclusion is based solely on Armaya's view of ancient Egyptian racial identity. He acknowledges that Greeks and Romans saw the Egyptians as black, but this argument presupposes that all the Greeks and Romans who mentioned Egyptian blacks never went to Egypt, which is entirely false. Furthermore, he provides no ideological motive for Greeks to make up a tradition of Egyptian blacks. Right, that's key. Armaya provides no motive as to why Greeks should make up a tradition of Egyptian blacks. Why? It never occurs to him, I carry on, that this was not a tradition but the actual Greek racial perception of the ancient Egyptians. Armaya dismisses Herodotus' account because it does not support his views of ancient Egyptian racial identity. Simple. Egyptologist, I carry on reading. Egyptologist Juan Jose Castillos. Am I saying that properly? For all the do we have any Hispanics in the building? Any Hispanics at all? Any Hispanics? Am I saying that properly? Juan Jose Castillos.
So click Google instead of make stupid questions. Click Google.
Okay. We'll Google that on another day. Or say Jose Mourinho says click Google, and we'll find out whether I'm pronouncing that properly. For now, I'm going with Juan Jose Castillos. 1984 disagrees with Sheikh Anta Diop's assertion of ancient Egypt's blackness. Okay, Egyptologist Juan Jose Castillos disagrees with Sheikh Anta Diop's assertion of ancient Egyptian blackness. Relevant to this discussion is Diop's assertion of ancient Egypt's blackness. I read the same line there. Relevant to this discussion is Castillo's claim that, quote, Diop is not justified, end quote, in using Herodotus' testimony as evidence. First, Castillos claims that some of the passages from Herodotus that Diop quoted, quote, were referring to the Ethiopians and not to the Egyptians. What? I don't understand. What's Castillos talking about? Castillos claims that some of the passages from Herodotus that Diop quoted were referring to the Ethiopians and not to the Egyptians. I don't understand. Has this guy read Diop? What's going on here? This is a straw man argument. No, it's not just a straw man argument. It's just like, it's like, what's this guy talking about? Right, this is a straw man argument. It's a BS argument. Diop cites 2.57 and 2.104, which are indisputably references to Egyptians. So, again, I don't know what Castillos is talking about. Maybe they don't have libraries where he's from. But it's easily discernible that the passages that Sheikh Anta Diop refers to Herodotus as stating that the Egyptians were black, it's clear that these passages are talking about Egyptians, not Ethiopians. Anyway, Castillos simply assumes that the Ethiopians were the only blacks in Greek social relations. That's something that they still do today. They still claim, no. You see, the Egyptians saw themselves as different to the Ethiopians. It's rubbish. Complete rubbish. Go through the historical record. Ethiopians were constantly being used in place of Egyptians. They were almost interchangeable as far as the rest of the world were concerned in classic society. A lot of classical texts speak of the Ethiopians as if they're talking sometimes of Egyptians, and the Egyptians as if they're talking of the Ethiopians, unless they want to make a clear distinction for whatever reason or whatever purposes. You will see that again and again. I can prove that to you easily, but we'll stay on track for now. Because we came in late and we wanna make up for that. Okay, so Castillo's 1984 claims that, quote, it was natural for a white European to call brown or black people whose skin was darker than his without this necessarily implying that they were Negroes. What? What? No, what? I don't understand. So first of all, the Greeks weren't white per se. I'll come to that later. Castillo's provides no evidence showing that the Greek somatic norm was white. Thank you. That's what we're about to come to. Castillo's provides no evidence showing that the Greek somatic norm was white. That word somatic, I had to look it up, so I'm not patronizing anybody to just by stopping, pausing to explain what that word means. It refers to skin, skin color or skin type or whatever. Okay, so again, Castillo assumes that he's talking, when he's talking about the Greeks, he's talking about white people as just again, the world was a much more pigmented place, let's say, in the time and place that we're talking about right now. Greece, Southern Europe. You think they're dark now? They were darker. They were much darker. Okay? In fact, let's take a detour. I got this ready for y'all. Let's take a detour. Let's look at some ancient Greek representations of themselves. Okay? Let's have a chilled night. Chilled evening. Here are some Greek representations of themselves. Can you guys see what's on the screen? I hope you can see what's on the screen. Press 1 if you can see what's on the screen. You got a Greek fresco there, or whatever you call it. This looks like something in Greek baths. Now, these aren't blue-eyed, blonde-eyed folks that I'm looking at. I don't know if you guys can see what's on the screen. These are not blue-eyed, blonde people that we're seeing. So these are already people who are quite dark themselves. Okay, so they're not seeing people who are tan like themselves and saying, "Oh my goodness, look at the blackness in this place." They're not. It's not happening. It's just not happening. I don't see it. I actually don't see it. I don't understand this argument. That's one picture. Here's another. Here's a Greek man jumping off. Actually, if you zoom in there, it actually looks almost not Greek. Again, you're looking at something here that if this person, okay, I don't really want to dwell. I don't really want to dwell on this. I don't really want to dwell on this one too much. Let's just move on. Again, much more tan folk there. Okay. Again, you're looking at pictures of how the ancient Greeks depict themselves. Okay. I don't see your typical Englishman here. I don't see your typical Frenchman here even. Don't see your typical German here. Maybe Spaniard, but even today, Spanish people are much, you go to Spain and I don't know. Black hair, yeah, but you're looking at people who you can see the paint scratching off really hair, as with everything else, as with the Egyptian walls as well. You can see the paint kind of fading. So again, these are the women now. Again, they're not light-skinned white folk. Okay. There's more hair. Coloration is definitely there, particularly as you can see along this wall here to the right-hand side. We're not dealing with people who don't see color. We're not dealing with people who are like cloistered off in some, again, more pictures of Greeks here, cloistered off in some world of Aryan purity. This is completely ridiculous. Completely ridiculous to claim that Greeks are describing people who are I don't know, who are black, who are tanned like themselves, who are dark skinned. They're describing them as black. Like, why would they? I don't know. You guys make up your minds about that. Just gonna close that, and I'm gonna close that, and we're gonna go back to this. I'm gonna go back. So, Tristan Samuels, the Semitic norm was white. No, it wasn't. So, Tristan Samuels says Castillos provides no evidence showing that the Greek Semitic norm was white. He simply assumes it. So, again, what he's saying there is the Greeks aren't white themselves. So, they're not. Castillos' logic is that it's natural for white Europeans to call brown people who are darker than himself without necessarily implying that they're Negroes. First of all, the Greeks themselves are as dark as they come if you're in the white world. They're dark themselves. So if they are in fact, in some of the pictures you're seeing, okay, the Greeks are painting themselves browner than modern day Egyptians. You know, they're painting themselves as browner than modern day Egyptians. Okay, I know, notwithstanding they bleach a lot. They actually bleach a lot, right? I remember, I think it was in his last live, King's Monologue. Shout out to King's Monologue. He said that they bleach. They have a schizophrenia about they just don't want their color. They don't want their natural God-given color. You know, it's sad, but that's how it is. Even amongst us folk, you know, got a lot of our ladies who like to be on the light side. But that's whatever. That's what it is. But that's what they do now, and they're actually, just naturally speaking, because they're not actually from that area. They're from a lot of modern Egyptians. If you do a proper analysis on their DNA, we're talking people that originate from Turkey themselves, and so the ancient Greeks are writing from a standpoint of people who are already as themselves brown in their natural color. They're not coming to Africa and saying, "Oh my goodness, these people look like us," and then writing furiously about that. No, they're remarking on things that are out of place, that catch their eye. And so they write back, like Herodotus does, these people are black-skinned with kinky hair. Okay, Castillos doesn't get that. He doesn't want to get that. Okay, we'll move on. Castillos' faulty criticism of Diop and his contradictory explanations show his polemical aversion toward ancient Egypt's blackness. Egyptologist Alan B. Lloyd is forthright in his dismissal of blackness in Herodotus' description. So now Mr. Samuels moves on to another fellow called Alan B. Lloyd, who's of this man, Mr. Samuels says, in his first commentary on Book 2, Lloyd, 1988, argues that, quote, there is no linguistic justification for relating this description to Negroes. Let me repeat that. There is no linguistic justification for relating this description to Negroes because, quote, Melancroes could denote any color from bronzed to black, and Negroes are not the only physical type to show curly hair. Again, I said this in the last live. Our features, when described, are obvious. Okay? in terms of what kind of a person you're describing. In fact, our features have been used historically against us to mock us, to denigrate us. One of our features, I'll give you an example. One of our features that's sadly been used against us is long limbs. I've not read it through and through, but I'm pretty sure if you were to read not on the Origin of Species, The Descent of Man. Descent of Man is, I think, Charles Dickens. What's his name? Charles Darwin's second entry on his theory of evolution. And in that, he goes to town on blacks and he says, it's obvious that they're descended from the apes because look at the similarities. And one of the things that they've used is our limb proportions. We have, on average, longer arms to torso than white people do. Now, that's been used against us for many a moon. Our thick lips, our pronounced prognathism, which is our cheek area, it's been used against us. Okay, it's been described again in text after text, in antiquity and in recent history. In that nigh on sick country, sorry to say, that is America, by white folk, it's been used to say, look, clearly they look like apes, clearly they are apes, clearly they are less than human. That is until they see the very self-same descriptions, the self-same physical traits used to describe people who are African, in African settings, in ancient history. Until they see those same descriptions pop up in, I don't know, Egyptian art, in Egyptian, in texts writing about ancient Egyptians. I did a video not long ago, a few months old now. I think it's our most successful video on the channel about Sheikh Anta Diop. Press 1 if you've seen that video. If you haven't seen that video, press 0. You need to go and see it. You need to click on it and watch it to the end. Sheikh Anta Diop completely vindicated, unwittingly, by a white woman in the 80s and in the 90s, and white female academics, who studied the body proportions of royalty in ancient Egypt, the mummies. We're talking royal mummies now, not just random people from like the Roman era and in the north, colonized Roman Egypt. We're talking Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, proper pharaohs were studied. And all they could come back with is their limb proportions fit with Negroes. In fact, one woman called them super Negroid. Okay? That was what she called them. Gay Robins. What a name. But gay Robins, right? She calls them super, I think the lady after her, building on her work, called them super Negroid. Now, my point here is, our features belong to us, undoubtedly, are used to ridicule us, used to denigrate us, until they're found in a setting that paints us in a better light. Then all of a sudden, you have people like Alan B. Lloyd writing, "There is no linguistic justification for relating this description to Negroes, because Melanchroes could denote any color from bronzed to black, and Negroes are not the only physical type to show curly hair." All of a sudden, nah. Curly hair, black skin, thick lips, broad noses, on the continent of Africa, doesn't necessarily mean black people. This is the psychosis that you are dealing with. Tell me, are such people to be debated on any good faith level? When you've seen that and you've witnessed that, is this debate operating on a good faith level? No, you can't say that. You can't. Okay, we'll move on. First and foremost, hang in there with me, guys. There's a bombshell I'm gonna drop later on in this live. There's something I'm building up to. It shouldn't be the climax that it shouldn't be the climax that I think it is, but I think it's I think when you see it, you will be stunned yourself. Okay. So Mr. Tristan Samuels carries on. He says, thank you, Sir Factant, responding to me there. He's seen the video. Again, check it out. What's it titled? Let's have a look. What's it titled?
That you had.
No, let's go back. Okay. Right. Okie dokie. Just bear with me. I want to put it up on the screen. Do you know what? It's going to take too long. Don't have time for that.
That you had you once.
It's going to take too long. Right, let's go back. Okay. We're back. Right, let's carry this on. Right. Where was I? First and foremost, it should be noted that Negro is inappropriate terminology, says Mr. Tristan Samuel. Also, the quote, true Negroid concept is not biologically valid. Okay? And he quotes Walker, which I think we did the article, like I said, 3 weeks ago. No, not 2 weeks ago, not that recently, but quite a while ago. We did the live on the Walker article, I believe. Okay, no, not the Walker article. So that Frank Martin article. So I need to maybe I'll check out the Walker article at some point. But what he's talking about there is that. Oh, it's too long. Check the White Psychosis live. It's an extensive live, and I go into what the true Negro concept is. Basically, I'll just quickly explain. What he's talking about there is that when it comes to the Egyptians, you have this level of stricture, rigidity. So you do tests on a sample size of 100 mummies, and say 30%, 35% of those have undeniably African features. Okay? They have, if you have a table or chart of 10 African features that and you looked and you compare that to the mummy sample you've now got 35% having 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 of those. Maybe the rest 65% have 50-50, 5 out of 10. That population is black. Why? because you're never going to get 100 mummies having 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10 full negroid features. No population size works like that. You're not going to get, let's do the equivalent example with a Eurasian or European population sample size. So you've got 100 mummies from a European setting. You're not going to get all of them scoring 9 out of 10 for European features, or even anywhere close to that. You're working with statistics. And if statistically 35% of those 100 mummies have 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, even 5 out of 10, even 4 out of 10, you're talking, and the rest have somewhere in the middle, whatever. Statistically, that's high enough to say that population would have been a white population. There isn't a true Negro person out there. There isn't a true Caucasian person out there. They know this, and yet when it comes to ancient Egypt, they will turn the notch up when they're actually classifying, when they're dealing with their results. They will fudge the numbers in that way and say, well, only 35%. Already, that's a high enough mark. For 35% to have 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 Negroid features, and the rest to have 4 out of 10 Negroid features, that's high enough to say, realistically, put meat on these bones, put meat on what you see here, resurrect these bones, they would have looked like something out of the Bronx, so a population out of, like I said earlier, think of here it would be Peckham or Hackney, London, typically black places, Brixton, so, but they don't do that. They're not that strict and rigid when it comes to population sample sizes from other parts of the world. And that's what Tristan Samuels is saying here. He says, first and foremost, it should be noted that Negro is inappropriate terminology. Also, the true Negro concept is not biologically valid. Okay. As noted earlier, black people have a range of complexions and somatic features, not one physical type. Again, you think about Africa. Africa has, people have said this again and again, but it bears mentioning again, just to back up the point that this brilliant man, Mr. Samuels, is about to make here. Africa has, of all the continents, of all the places and regions in the world, Africa has the largest biological diversity. And that's even missing the newcomers up north who claim to be the descendants of the pharaohs. Not being prejudiced or not being denigrating there, just the facts. That's missing them out. Just take Africa on its own. It has the largest physical genetic diversity in all the world. In Africa, you will get the tallest race of people, the Dinkas. And this blew my mind when I first heard it. I can't remember where I first read it or watched it or whatever. You've got the Dinkas, you've got the Maasai, the tallest groups of people in the world. But it also has the shortest groups, the Pygmy tribes. You've got Pygmies, you've got all of it and all in between in Africa, in one continent. There's no other place like it on earth. So, this true Negro concept is not biologically valid, Tristan Samuel says. As noted earlier, black people have a range of complexions, as you would expect in the most genetically diverse parts of the world, continent on the planet. A diverse range of complexions and somatic features, not one physical type. In addition, the true black concept is anachronistic. Moreover, chalkeus is the Greek word for bronze, not melasse. Thank you for bringing some knowledge into this. Thank you. Chalkeus is the Greek word for bronze. So if the Greeks wanted to say bronze or tanned, they could have easily said that. These are erudite writers in their fields, poets, linguists, historians. They have the full panoply of their vernacular and their vocabulary at hand to use. So if they wanted to, they could easily have said, I don't know how to pronounce, if I'm pronouncing it properly, Caucasus or Chalkius. They could easily have said that word. Okay? But what they don't do is they don't say that word. They say melas, melancroes, where again we get the word melanin. You know, let your melanin shine, girl, and all that. That, you know, that's where we get that word. Okay? And that's the word that they use. Not Chalkius, not other words that they could have used. Okay? Lloyd simply assumes that melancroes does not connote blackness. He doesn't assume, he's lying. He's just lying. He's just straight up lying. You know, just complete lying.
You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
He's just gonna lie. That's all it is. There's nothing to it. Give her back. In fact, Lloyd's bronzed argument is fundamentally identical to Howard Wells's brown argument. Lloyd sees blackness as an exaggerated translation, while Howard Wells accuses Herodotus of exaggeration, but both dismiss blackness as a misinterpretation. The quote curly hair translation for Uloctriches is ambiguous, and Lloyd evades critical engagement with the woolly hair translation. More suitable translations for black hair textures will be discussed later in section 4. Furthermore, Lloyd concedes that these physical features would certainly be found among ancient and modern Egyptians. Lloyd's logic is entirely circular. Ancient Egyptians can have so-called black features, but they are not black. In his discussion on Herodotus' views of Egyptians, there is a tendentious effort to silence ancient Egyptian blackness. Lloyd, 1990, claims, quote, in all his ethnographic comment, there is one item lacking which most modern observers would expect to find. Egyptian physical characteristics as such do not interest Herodotus. He only discusses them in the context of the Sesostris Logos, and even here he simply picks on the standard Greek stereotype of Egyptian physiognomy. What stereotype? I'm just going to pause there. What stereotype? If the ancient Greeks have a stereotype for Egyptians, and that stereotype happens to be the same stereotype you'd use for a straight up Negro, then is there not a reason for that? I mean, is it not safe to assume that he's done that because, I mean, stereotypes come from somewhere? Okay, right, we're just going to skip that and pretend that makes sense. Okay. Quote, again, Tristan Samuels carries on. This entire argument is fraught with contradictions. I hope people are following what this article is saying here. Okay. Herodotus mentioned the physical characteristics of the Egyptians and ignored by Lloyd, which shows that he was clearly interested in them. Yet Lloyd dismisses the description, the Herodotus description, as a Greek stereotype that became, quote, the Egyptian type par excellence for the Greeks. Lloyd does not inquire about the reasoning of the popularity of this stereotype. Thank you. Thank you. What? Actually unbelievable. I hope I haven't been talking to myself the last 20 minutes. Again, moderators in the chat, can you just let me know? Press 1 if I've been heard the last, I don't know, 15-20 minutes. Just anyway, whatever. Right, I'm just gonna carry on. Thank you, Surfactant. I can always count Surfactant. In fact, I think I might make Surfactant a moderator on this hair place. I think that is what I'm going to do. Let me just quickly do that right now. I think you've earned it. Should we do that? we go. You've earned yourself a quiver and a set of bows. Sorry, Sonic. Sorry about that. Sorry if that was loud. Right. Okay. This entire argument is fraught with contradictions. Herodotus mentioned the physical characteristics of the Egyptians, and it read that. Being that they interacted with ancient Egyptians, could it not simply be what the Greeks observed? Again, so if there's a stereotype, if there's a racial stereotype that the Greeks are applying to the ancient Egyptians, and that stereotype coincides with, well, black people, then it, like Occam's razor, the simplest thing here, is it just not that that's what they saw? For the most part, sorry, is that not just, it's just logical to assume that that's literally what they saw. Okay? All right, cool. Lloyd's 2007b recent commentaries on the passage still have contradictions. He translates malagroes as swarthy, and again insists that this need not apply to Negroes as sometimes claimed. Lloyd uses, again, this isn't new because Champollion, not Champollion, I'm libeling here, or I'm defaming. Let me be accurate. Who is it? The decipher of the Rosetta Stone was Champollion, I believe. Champollion the Younger, and his older brother Champollion Figeac. He says essentially the same thing that Lloyd is writing in 2007, and so more than 100 years later, white folks are still using the same worn out lies. So if you remember Quelimika's great video on this, one of the videos that really opened my eye earlier on, he's one of the few people I can watch again and again and again. I hate watching things again, but I can watch a Quelimika video again and again and again. And one of those videos he did that really opened my eye was when he did a breakdown of the Greek translations of the Greek accounts of the ancient Egyptians. And he talks about how Champollion the elder brother, said, just contradicts himself. In one, and I think Sheikh Anta Diop covers that in his book as well. In one paragraph, Champollion Figeac is saying, black and woolly hair is not restricted only to black people. It could be other people. And almost in the next sentence, he says, and we all know that black skin and kinky hair is precisely the description of the Negro. It's like, what? what am I reading? What am I reading here?
What?
There we go. Okay, right. We're just gonna carry on. But again, more than 100 years later, we've still got people using the same arguments. That isn't really an argument. Okay. Where am I? Really need to stop losing track. Nonetheless, Lloyd still concedes that Herodotus is describing a common Egyptian physical type. Ultimately, Lloyd repeats this circular logic. Ancient Egyptians looked like black people, but they were not black people. Yet, in another commentary, Lloyd argues that the Colchians were certainly not descendants of the ancient Egyptians, a notion based on certain points of cultural similarity. A reader familiar with 2.104, which is Herodotus' famous Colchian passage, can immediately see that this summation ignores the physical similarities that Herodotus mentioned. Furthermore, it contradicts Lloyd's previous discussions of the passage where he dismisses blackness as shown above. In this case, Lloyd chooses to ignore the physical similarities in order to erase ancient Egyptian blackness. It is obvious that Lloyd assumes that the ancient Egyptians could have been anything but black. Lloyd's commentaries communicate a non-acceptance of Herodotus' Black Egypt due to contingent views of ancient Egyptian racial identity. Okay, focusing on the Colchians, Kenneth Dover, 1998. So we're coming closer now to the we started in the 60s, 70s, we done the 80s. Now we're in the 90s, firmly in the 90s. I think we did the noughties earlier as well, but he's gone back into the 90s now. Focusing on the Colchians, Kenneth Dover, 1998, argues that Melagros could not have possibly meant black-skinned. Dover is so now we've moved on from, if you were with us from the beginning, we moved from Herodotus was confused. The man was confused about what he saw in Memphis. There were slaves. There were so many black slaves there that Herodotus thought he was seeing the real Egyptians. Okay, Herodotus. Okay. Like, where are the real Egyptians then? Would the real Egyptians please stand up? I'm tired. I am actually tired. We've moved from that. Now we're in the 90s, and people are now coming to the translation argument. Now you see them really getting desperate, and now they're telling you Melagres could not possibly have meant black-skinned.
You know what? I'm tired of your presence. Dismissed.
We should just dismiss them. But we can't. Here we are. Okay. But here we go. So, he argues, Dover assumes that Melagres could be or should be translated as dark-skinned, referring to the deep tan of some Athenian citizens. He argues that this description of the Colchians was simply a mistaken tradition being perpetuated by Herodotus. He never considers this as a Greek observation, and he provides no explanation for this supposed tradition. Moreover, his argument for the dark-skinned translation falsely assumes that Herodotus perceived ancient Colchians, and by inference, the ancient Egyptians as darker Athenians. In addition, this argument loosely assumes that Athenian normative identity was white. Dover's commentary reveals the intrinsic white normative bias in the dark-skinned translation. Greek normative identity did not include whiteness, as it centered on tanned male body, as discussed later in section 3. So we've already been through this. I'll just show you what the Greeks were painting themselves looking like. Here we go again. This is what they were showing you. When they were saying, look, this is what we look like. This is what they're showing you. These are not people who are themselves light-skinned. These are tanned folk. Okay? These are tanned folk. All right, let's go back. Rosalind Thomas's interpretation overlooks the importance of blackness in the passage. Thomas, 1998, accepts the fact that Herodotus saw the Egyptians as black and acknowledges that it is a notorious factor in his argument. She calls it a notorious. Why would it be notorious? What's she talking about? However, she later claims that the Colchians are really Egyptians, as he argues mainly from their custom and language. Customs were certainly important to Herodotus' view of racial difference, but blackness was also central to his view of certain racial groups like Egyptians. Herodotus clearly states that the physical similarities initiated his conjecture, while common customs further supplemented his position. Blackness was equally important to his overall argument about the Egyptian ancestry of the Colchians. The importance of blackness in Herodotus' conception of Egyptian racial difference is overlooked in Thomas's analysis. It is evident that commentaries have not fundamentally changed in their approach to the passage. The Herodotus passage is used to dismiss Herodotus' credibility, or there is an apologetic explanation for his account. Also, Herodotus' emphasis on ancient Egyptian blackness is dismissed or downplayed without substantial evidence. Furthermore, blackness is not contextualized within Greek racial thought. Consequently, there is no interest in critical engagement with Herodotus' worldview because the passage does not support the polemical predispositions of the commentators. Just a long way of saying, you know what? We are dealing with people who have a presupposition, they have a pre-bias, and they bring their pre-bias to the table, and then they say, look, we've decoded Herodotus. One thing we know for sure is he was smoking some serious doo-doo when he said the Egyptians were black. So that's one thing everything else, take on its face value. But when he says, no, that bit, he was on some next level thing, and we're just going to pretend we've not seen that. I've just summed up really that bit of of what Tristan Samuels is talking about. There's a few more things I wanted to show us here. I'm going to take a detour, and I'm going to show you just something that I discovered on the way to researching this article. So, okay. Give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute, and I'll get this set up for us. All right, I'm back. let's get this show back on the road. And what I would like to show the Trillblack family is this. You have I've wanted to address a few things. So now, a few weeks back, months now, I don't know. I hate saying his name, but this is important because no one's, as far as I know, nobody's actually addressed these points. Now, Kweli Mika might end up doing it. He might end up doing it, but in case he doesn't, because I know he's tired of it, and he doesn't want to address the individual, just for the avoiding the drama, okay? Because we know where he took it. We know where. I'll just say his name again. Metatron took the debate. He took the debate as far as he said, Metatron and and the King's monologue were making fun of his mother who was going through cancer. They weren't doing that. It was a throwaway comment between two people having fun in a live discussion, and something along the lines of, "Oh, I bet his mom wrote that for him." Nobody knew at the time that his mom was going through what she was going through. I'm sure the King's monologue didn't, but you know how he is. This individual got on his response video, barely actually touched the debate, and he just got bogged down in stupid semantics and, oh, they were making fun of my mom who's suffering through cancer, and therefore end of argument. That's the end of the debate. Because poor me. So that's made it all really toxic. So I can understand if Kweli Mika doesn't want to revisit this issue, but I don't want to revisit it either, except to say this. He used yes. So Factant in the chat there saying they always start with fake outrage, full outrage. We are supposed to know. We were supposed to know his mom was sick. Yeah, I mean, whatever. But we'll just move on. So I want to address a few of the quotes that Metatron used in that video to claim that Kweli Mika was out of line to suppose, to claim that unanimously the Greeks and the Romans spoke of the Egyptians as black. Let's just take a quick detour because we're about to look at a section of Mr. Tristan Samuels, or Dr. Tristan Samuels. I'll put the proper respect on his name if that's what he is now, or if that's what he was when this article was written. But Dr. Tristan Samuels' article, we're going to go into a section titled Race, Blackness, and Herodotus in Greco-Roman Studies. But before we do that, I'll be remiss if I don't show you the sleight of hand that Metatron played and used in that video. Now, it's either a sleight of hand. I'm not going to go with... he's not here tonight, but I saw Black Rampage and if you know, you know. Black Rampage is a well-known member of this community on the YouTubes. But I saw him debating one of the other big channels in this one of the big names, putting out the truth. I think it was can't remember now. But anyway, it was saying, look, we don't need to go with the line of it was mixed. No, it was never mixed. It was always black, and it was always black. And the two went back and forth, and there was a back and forth between Black Rampage and this channel, who's on our side, he's on our side. But I think Black Rampage was kind of angry. It was angry at the fact that we're capitulating. We're giving ground that we don't need to give. And I actually understand that. And I agree with his position on that. Because when you know the truth tends to be more on our side than we think it is. So when I first saw that video, Metatron was Metatron's first response, where he says, unanimously, and then he proceeds to read these fake quotes. They're fake because they're not saying what he thinks they're saying, what he's claiming that they're saying. When I first came across, I thought, it sounds a bit, let's be fair, sounds a bit it's thrown a spanner in the works. Yeah, you have to go and think about this, but you only have to think for a few seconds before you think, hang on a minute, these quotes aren't saying what you're trying to make them say. And I say trying deliberately. I don't think he's that stupid. I don't think he was that stupid. I think at the very best, you can say he's so dyed in the wool now. He's cast his lot in with the racists on his channel, or that big him up, and he just won't let it go. He won't cede that actually he was wrong. So what he's done with these quotes is he's not, at the very best, he's not looking at them like he should do as a neutral observer would. He's coming with his bias, and he's saying to himself, well, so what? It's a debate, and it's a debate that's gone on forever, and I don't have to conclude anything. So what I think I'll conclude is, well, we can agree to disagree. It's a mixed civilization. No, my friend. If you come to it properly neutral, like you claim to be, and you throw that to the side, you will see that you're misquoting, and you're doing those quotes an injustice. That's at best. At the worst, he's just lying. It's just straight cap. He's just straight cap, and he needs to be called out for it. Just straight up lying. And do you know why I think it's the latter? Because he has a team of quote experts, and all those experts should know what I'm about to show you. I proceed. Right. He quotes Manilio's Astronomica. Okay, and I'm going to read to you the bit that he quoted. Now, the bit that Metatron quoted to you from Astronomica, I've had to really go out of my way to find the particular section. Shout out to what's the website now?
If I speak, I am in big trouble.
No. What is it?
I'm gonna control myself right now.
Okay. I can't remember the website. I think it's Egypt Search. Egypt Search. That's the one. Right, and that's a very good website for a lot of things. But I think I finally found it, and I'm going to show it to you. Let me share the screen. RJ McKenzie, no, it wasn't on Discord. Welcome to the chat, RJ McKenzie. It wasn't on Discord. It was just Black Rampage was responding to a comment on another brother's channel. And they just got into it for a little bit. All friendly. It wasn't any big beef at all. Okay, so this from Astronomica by Manilius. Again, this is a Roman era writer, so I'll place the context for you. Roman era writer. So by this point in the game, we're very late in Egypt's history, so late that you've got Roman settlements in Memphis, all over the north of Egypt, all over Lower Egypt. It's a very, very diverse place at this point. But still, when Romans describe Egyptians, they're typically depicting them and describing them as people who you would anthropologically class as part of the black family. If if you're being unbiased. Okay? Manilius Astronomica. For this reason, I'm reading from the second page on the right-hand side from a part that's verse 711. For this reason, the human race is so arranged that its practices and features vary. Nations fashioned with their own particular complexions, and each stamps with a character of its own, the like nature, and anatomy of the human body which all share. So Manilius is doing a little taxonomy of the various races and their features. And this is the section that the experts or Metatron himself that this is the section that Metatron quotes from, and they leave out the context will show you what's really going on. Now, either Metatron knows of this context and he left it out deliberately, or he doesn't know, or the experts know and they leave it out and they just feed him the rubbish, and or they don't know. Or they know and they leave it out. I got lost there. I got completely lost.
That you could do so you.
Yeah, basically. Okay, right. Manilius says this: Germany, towering high with tall offspring, is blonde. Gaul is tinged to a less degree with a near-related redness. Hardier Spain. Do you notice anything here? He started off north in Europe. He started with a European racial group. Germany, Gaul, and the description he's giving here is what you would call white. Easily white. The father of the city endows the Romans with the features of Mars and Venus. Joining the war god fashions them with well-proportioned limbs. Obviously a bit of chauvinism there. A bit of patriotic fervor there. Quick-witted Greece proclaims in the tanned faces. Again, tanned faces. So we've already come to a tanned people.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up out of your sleep, wake up out of your sleep, wake up, I command you in the name of Jesus, wake up out of your sleep, wake up.
Wake up. Wake up. We have come. Yes, Mackenzie, it's TD Jakes. And he's telling y'all to
wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
He's not in the other mood.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
No, he's not in that mood. He's saying wake up today. He's saying wake up. So Manilius comes to a racial group that is tanned. That is what you would call Middle Eastern people today, or the people that live in Egypt. And he comes to it in his day. That's the Greek racial type. And he says, quick-witted Greece proclaims in the tanned faces of its people the gymnasium and the manly wrestling schools. Curly hair about the temples betrays the Syrian. Now, he comes to the continent of Africa. He comes to the continent of Africa. He has done the European. He's done the people in the middle. He's done the Southern European and the Middle Easterners. Now he comes to the continent of Africa. Okay? Right? And this is what he says. He's not talking about the Egyptians yet, but he's about to, under the umbrella of the Ethiopians, stain the world and depict a race of men steeped in darkness. Less sunburnt are the natives of India. less sunburnt are the natives of India. The land of Egypt, flooded by the Nile, darkens bodies more mildly owing to the inundation of its fields. It is a country nearer to us, and its moderate climate imparts a medium tone. So, what's more likely? A people who themselves are dark-skinned Greeks, okay? The Greek Roman type, okay? Are talking about a people darker than themselves. Bear in mind, again, when the Greeks are talking to you, they're talking about a people that look like, when they're talking about themselves, when they're talking to us about themselves, they're talking about people who look like this, okay? They look like that, and they look like this, and they look like that, and they look like this, okay? That's what they look like. Now they're talking about people one step from that. One step from that. However, they're saying this guy, Manilius, is being specific here. And when he talks of Ethiopians here, when he talks of the Ethiopians he's talking about, look something like this. Where are my people? Where are my people? Let's go in here. When he says the Ethiopians are steeped in darkness, this is who he's talking about. Okay, let me just. Is that the only one I got? Okay. There we go. There we go. Yes, these people are steeped in darkness. Beautiful, but they are. If you want to talk about steeped in darkness, my brothers and sisters, we're talking about, I think the blackest woman, I think she's in the Guinness Book of Records, the blackest person scientifically speaking that lives today is Inyakim Gatwick. It's this beautiful African model from southern Sudan. Now, the Greeks were well-traveled. They're not saying to you that all of Africa, when they talk about steeped in darkness. Now, pretty much most of our audience in the chat tonight are African Americans. To be an African American, to be classed as an African American, even heck to be classed, and a lot of you are descended from West Africans. I know there's people going about today talking about Israel is in America and all this. Okay, look, we're not going to deal with that tonight, okay? But let's go with the accepted history. A lot of African Americans are descended from West Africans, but y'all don't look like this. You're not this black, you know. Even within that context, the skin tone, if you're looking this dark as an African American, even your own brothers and sisters call you out. Even your own brothers and sisters make fun of you at school. You know, darky. We grew up with this. We grew up teasing each other about, and it's sad because we shouldn't really, and that's just the colonized mindset. That's the colonized mindset. But this is what Manilius is talking about. This is exactly the kind of this is what he's describing when he describes the people steeped in darkness. I can prove this to you, but I'll prove it to you later. So, if you're going to say if you're going to say that Manilius is talking here about when he says the Ethiopians stay in the world and he says less sunburnt are the natives of India, you're clearly blindsided. You're clearly manipulating what people can see with their own eyes, what people are writing about in 2000, however long ago, years ago, when you're pretending like what the man's talking about when he talks about a level of skin tone up from what we've just seen as being what we have today in Egypt. Your mind is warped. If you're going straight from that and you're saying Manilius means that all Ethiopians, all Africans, that's their color, and the next level up is modern day Egyptians, tan Middle Easterners. But Manilius has just told you. He's given you a classification of people who are tan skinned, who are in that region of skin tone. And he said the Greeks. Okay? When he goes to Africa, he now starts to talk about the black peoples. Now, when Manilius talks about less sunburn are the people or the natives of India, this is who he's talking about. I'll show you who he's talking about. Let's look at Rajasthan. Rajasthani Indians. Okay. This is how dark they are. This is northern India now. Not even southern India, because we know the story of southern India. Southern India, we're talking about people who are like who are as black as southern Sudanese people. This is northern India today. Let me just expand this. Oh, sugar, this guy's gone all small on me. This is what he's talking about. Just give this guy a broader nose, thicker lips, curlier hair, and put him on the continent of Africa, and nobody's not calling him black. We're all calling him the brother black, okay? Within the black, within, again, this is what he means when he says less sunburnt. Admittedly, much more lighter skinned, okay? But black people can easily fall within that tonal somatic range as well, somatic norm. These are folks from Rajasthan, okay? That's the skin color. Now that's black. As far as a white Caucasian person is talking, even a somatically tanned person, this is still black. But you compare that, okay? This is why it was important for people like that fellow from Alabama to say that Herodotus didn't go. Herodotus didn't go to Africa. He didn't really. He was just lying. Because if you can make it so that the Greeks didn't travel where they claim they traveled to, then you can make all sorts of other claims. If they were well traveled, then you take them at their word when they say, look, we know of people who are literally blue-black. No, we're not talking about them when we're talking about Egyptians. Egyptians are less black than them, but they're still black. That doesn't mean you then jump from that description to what you have today, which are literally, basically, white folk with a bit of sun on their skin. That is not what Manilius is talking about. Am I making sense? I don't know. Press 1 in the chat if I'm making sense. I'm looking at the chat now, and I have to do a shout out to Black Rampage. He's saluted and he's put a crown in there. That crown can't be for me. I'm too humble to take that. I'm not going to take that. But thank you very much for the compliments. That's yeah, that means a lot. But thank you. That's a $9.99 super chat from the man himself, Black Rampage 2. Really appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. But that's the context that Metatron is quoting from. Now, I'm not done here. Let's carry on. Let's not stop where the likes of Metatron would want us to stop. Let's carry on this reading. We're still in Africa now. We're still in Africa. And things are self-evident to the person who's writing. He doesn't know, bear in mind, Manilius doesn't know that thousands of years from now, people will be twisting his words and making out like playing silly games. This is what he says. He's just said, it is a country nearer to us and its moderate climate imparts a medium tone. Medium between what? Medium between their tan and the black southern Sudanese that we've seen. Okay, which is, we've seen that, okay? Right. He says this now you'll see further down, if you can see my cursor, yeah, my cursor, I'm just going to go over it and I'm going to read. The sun god dries up with dust the tribes of Africans amid their desert lands. The Moors derive their name from their faces, and their identity is proclaimed by the color of their skins. So again, unless you want to be facetious, pedantic, manipulating, Manilius, self-evident to him, is the name Moor. He's in Africa, and he's saying, he just decides, let me just add the Moors as well here. The Moors, we all know what we're talking about when we talk about the Moors because the color of their faces. I can then take you to other texts from the ancient Roman world that literally say, Moor, we call them Moor because of the blackness of their faces. So self-evident to Manilius is the fact that Moors are black. He doesn't even say the word black because he doesn't need to. It's like somebody saying, today saying, give me something. It's like somebody today saying, we call the whites because of their faces. And then thousands of years later, for some reason, the word white. No, let's use piebald. Piebald, which is an old English term for, I think, white, which is where you get the word, the term bald eagle. Which the bald eagle actually doesn't mean bald. It doesn't mean bald as in the head of it. It means a piebald head, which if you look that word up means white. And it's talking about the white crested head of the bald eagle. And so it's like somebody saying, oh, we call them the piebald people or the bald people because of their evident, we call the eagle piebald, evidently because, and then thousands of years later, the masses who don't really know, who've lost the meaning, they've lost the link to this, to the etymology of this word, don't know any better. But you have a supposed expert saying, reading a text saying piebald. Evidently, the eagle is, we all know what we mean by piebald eagle. And an expert just shoving that to the side and pretending he's not seen that. And then going on to tell the masses, well, the Moors, we don't quite know what the Moors were. We think that if you look into this, there's a page on Wikipedia that literally says, they cannot, again, they do the same thing they're doing with Herodotus. They cannot get past the fact that account after account after account of ancient texts literally say the Moors were black as the Moor, the blackness of the Moor, this Moor with black face and gnashing savage eyes. They can't get past that. So what they do, this Wikipedia entry said, Professor something has hypothesized that, as hypothesized that the Romans were fascinated by the black contingents in North Africa, and so therefore wrote lots and lots about the black Moors, whereas really the majority of the Moors, it's like, what? It's like, are you mad? Are you actually mad? This is... What? I'm done. Anyway, so I looked into that, and obviously Metatron didn't decided to just ignore that part of the text he was reading. He wouldn't go into that. But let's just move on from that, and let me show you something else. Another translation, another disingenuous translation that another disingenuous quote that Metatron brought to the table in that first response to Quelimika was this one. Okay, let's get this up for you. get this up. Let's get this up. Come on. What's going on? Right. This is Indica by the writer Arian. Don't ask me what Indica means. I don't know. Haven't had time to look into it. But I looked into this quote that Metatron used. He said, with regard to the inhabitants, again, follow my cursor if you want to know exactly where I'm reading from. With regard to the inhabitants of Africa and India, there is no great difference in type of figure between the Indians and the Ethiopians. Though, to be sure, the Indians who live in the southwest bear a somewhat closer resemblance to the Ethiopians, being of black complexion and black-haired. So, he's talking generally now. Generally, Indians in this. So now we know that when he's talking about, when other places are talking about North Indians being similar to the Egyptians than the really, really dark Ethiopians, which are the Southern Sudanese of today, okay, we know that he's not talking about Middle Eastern complexion now. He's talking within the black family of complexion, within the black range of skin tones, within the somatic context of black Africa. How do we know? Because this man, writing in ancient Roman times, says, with regard to the inhabitants of India and Ethiopia, of Africa or whatever, and he says, there is no great difference between the Indians and the Ethiopians. However, to be sure, if we want to get really specific and nitpicky now, the Indians who live in the, and who are the Indians who live in the southwest? Dravidians. Has anyone seen Dravidians? Okay. Press 1 if you need a picture of a Dravidian. If you don't know what a Dravidian Indian looks like. Press 2 if you just want me to move on. 1 if you want me to show us what a Dravidian Indian looks like. Southwest Indian, which Arian is talking about here. Or 2 just to move on. 2 to move on. Okay, good. We know what we know what we're talking about. So far, one person saying 2. I'm gonna move on. Dravidian Indians, look them up. Really dark, really black. Okay, so Arian is writing here and he's being specific. He's saying if we want to nitpick, the Southern Indians bear a closer resemblance to the Ethiopians, or what we would stereotypically, extremely, in the extreme, call an Ethiopian. Okay? They bear a closer resemblance to the general, the main stereotype of an Ethiopian. But he did start off with saying, in general, the African and the Indians, same skin tone. So now we know when Menelik was talking about the Egyptians looking a bit more like the Indians, not really differentiating north or south, now we know that we're still in the black family of skin tones. We're still in that range. It's just if you want to be pedantic, you can say, nah, we got some blue. We got some blue black folk. We got some blue black folk, out here, and then we got some people who aren't so blue black, but they're still black. Right. Let's carry on. That's one of the quotes that his face Metatron uses. Okay. This is easy to look up. This is easy. If you're even keeled and you have no strings attached, no skin in the game, and you actually are just a fan of history like he claims to be. I've turned this into an anti-Metatron thing, and I didn't mean to at all. But this was left on the table, and no one has dealt with it to my knowledge, so I have to deal with it. It's a massive detour, but it's necessary. So if you're really even tone and even keel like this guy claims he was, this is there for you to see. Right, let's move on. Okay. Now we've got Strabo. He missed this quote out. But let me just explain this. Strabo, again, a Roman era writer, late in the game, and he says this. Cursor again, follow my cursor. And he says, but rather by the river Cyrus and Mosician mountains, and the migrations of Egyptians to Ethiopia and Caucasus. Now, Sheikh Anta Diop cites that. He gets a lot of flack for it. But he cites that to say even Strabo acknowledges the link between Egypt and Ethiopia. So basically, Strabo here is saying other translations have this not as migrations, but as settlements of Egyptians to Ethiopia and Caucasus. Now, Sheikh Anta Diop, let me see if I can explain it. Sheikh Anta Diop got a lot of flack for using this because they said, why is Sheikh Anta Diop, why is he assuming that that you got that the Egyptians are black based on the fact that they settled Caucasus and Ethiopia? Based on the fact that Strabo says they settled Ethiopia and Caucasus. So what? Well, Strabo is writing on the back of Herodotus, who went to Egypt and Ethiopia and Caucasus, and he wondered about why there were black people in the middle of the Black Sea in Europe, like literally black people. Okay, and he says, well, they must have descended from an army of Senusret. He calls them Sesostris, but the army of Senusret, again, very African sounding name. They must have descended from Senusret's army, who conquered as far as here, and they were just, they were just returning soldiers who decided to settle here. Okay, Strabo knows this, no doubt. He knows of the writings of Herodotus. Now, either those those Egyptians are still in Caucasus at that time that Strabo's writing, which I believe they were, because check out our video on that, Pharaoh's Forgotten Army, or Pharaoh's Lost Army. But either Strabo knows about that in first person because he's been there, or he's building on Herodotus' work. In his mind, in the very least, Strabo knows that he's talking about black people here. Why? Because if Strabo wasn't that way inclined, if Strabo wasn't working on the assumption that the Egyptians are a black people when he makes this comment here, then there's a long way to Caucasus, right? There is a long way to Caucasus. If the Egyptians migrated or settled as far up as Caucasus, what about Canaan, right next door? What about Israel? Okay, why doesn't Strabo talk about the settlement in Canaan? Why does he go as far as Caucasus? What Strabo is doing is saying, look, the extent of the Egyptian migration, the extent of their reach was Caucasus. Basically, how can I put this? The focal point for blackness in Strabo's mind is Egypt. So he's going from the middle out both ways, north and south. And he goes to Caucasus and he goes to Ethiopia. The commonality between these two, between these three places that he's mentioned is the blackness of it. That's what they've all got in common. But in Strabo's mind, it doesn't figure to be splitting hairs and saying, well, the Ethiopians settled. In his mind, he's assuming that Egypt, being the more powerful state, as far as he knows, must have been the one to settle Ethiopia and as far as Caucasus. Does that make sense? I don't know. Don't know if it makes sense to you, okay? But Sheikh Anta Diop makes that assumption, and it seems a very reasonable assumption to make based on the fact that we know that other ancient historians have remarked on the fact that on the blackness of the Egyptians and the Colchians. So Sheikh Anta Diop just uses this quote to say, look, Strabo also is assuming that the Ethiopians and the Egyptians are one and the same people, along with the Colchians. Okay, that's the commonality that they have. Again, I might have butchered that, but it's only a side point anyway. Let's move on. Right, this is Strabo again. We'll move on from that because I don't know what I was going to say about that. Okay. Okay, we'll just move on again. That's more Strabo, but I want to show you this. Let's move on from that. I want to show you where is it? Which particular Philostratus? Right. Let's go back. Right, let's dial it back. Philostratus writing on Egypt and Ethiopia. This is another quote manipulated, butchered by Metatron. And just like the Herodotus quote has been butchered. He says this. And at first I was impressed by him finding this quote. I thought, okay, something to look into. But again, you only need to pause and think about what you're hearing and what he's reading and how he's couching it. For when he arrived at the confines of Ethiopia and Egypt, and the name of the place is Sycaminus, he came across a quantity of uncoined gold and linen and an elephant and various fruits and myrrh and spices, which are all lying without any one to watch them at the crossways. I will explain the meaning of this, for the same custom still survives among ourselves. It was a marketplace to which the Ethiopians bring all the products of their country, and the Egyptians in their turn take them all away and bring them to the same spot, their own wares of equal value, so bartering what they have got for what they have not. Okay. Now the inhabitants of the marches, this is what he used, Metatron. Now the inhabitants of the marches are not yet fully black. What's that? That's an adjective. Fully black. Not yet fully black. So again, Philostratus, a Roman era writer, this late in the game, are you hearing me here? This late in the game, Philostratus is saying the inhabitants of the marches, this is somewhere in between deep into Africa now, Ethiopia, okay? They're not fully black. That's the mainframe. I don't know if anybody did statistics at school or on as part of maths at school, but you have ranges, okay? This is the range in which he's talking about. He's talking within a black range, and so he uses the word fully black. It's like I'm talking. Imagine I was speaking in a European context, okay? And I'm talking about a European people on the European continent. And I say the inhabitants of, I don't know, let's say Spain are not, or let's say France even. France is somewhere midway there. Let's say south of France, right? They're not so fully white as the Scandinavians. Everybody would know what I was talking about. I'm talking within a white framework. And within that white framework, I'm saying, I mean, come on now. You got some of these Norwegians. They would scare some of you. I mean, there's a video on YouTube. I think it's got millions of hits, you know. And it's this black kid sees a white person, a blonde white person for the first time. And you think the thumbnail is probably what's drawn lots of clicks on the video. The kid is distraught. He's frightened out of his mind. And it says black child or African child sees a white person for the first time and he starts crying. I mean, these Norwegians, these Nordics, so we got some albinos out here, you know. But the people I'm talking about, they're not so fully white, right? But then fast forward 1,000, 2,000 years later, somebody using that to claim that, well, see, this is proof. This is proof that the let me do my academic voice now. This is proof, you see, that the inhabitants of the south of France could not be classified as whites because, well, they as per this quote, it says they were not fully white. And now it goes on to say how the inhabitants of Spain are still less white. No. What are you talking? Does what I'm saying make sense, or am I just shouting? I hope I'm not shouting. I'm trying to get as good a I'm trying to get, because my mic isn't that great, so I'm trying to speak into the mic properly. So I hope I'm not boring a hole in anyone's into anyone's eardrums. But if I am, let me know so I can tone it down. But that's what we have here. You've got somebody in the ancient world saying the inhabitants in the marches are not fully black, and you've got someone 2,000 years later saying, see, look, they're not fully black. Okay, that means they're white. Okay, let's read on. They're not fully black, but are half-breeds in the matter of color. For they are partly not so black as the Ethiopians. And here he's talking, I believe I've proven that he's talking about Ethiopians proper, which in their well-traveled mindset are the blue-black southern Sudanese types. Beautiful people, but the darkest kinds of people on this planet in terms of skin color. Okay? Right? They're not so black as that, yet partly more so than the Egyptians. Again, take what I've just said about a European context. I'm on the continent of Europe and I'm talking about gradations in skin tone. And I go from literally people who get 4 hours of sunlight, 4 hours of sunlight in most of the day in at the worst of times in the winter, literal albinos, blonde, and I'm saying they're not so white as that. They're a bit less white, and then further south you've got people with a bit more tan, and someone twisting that all around to say, see, clearly the Spanish people are in the black rain. No. You've just butchered what the man's saying. You've just literally turned that on its head because you want to see what you want to see. Philostratus is saying these are all black people, but the blue-black Sudanese, they are some level of black. Now, the people in the middle, they're not that black. They are kind of in the middle. And then in Egypt, they're a touch lighter than that, tendentiously. Whatever the word would be, as a tendency. They're a bit even lighter than that, but they're still in the same family. I don't know how you can take that and turn it around in your video and say, what did he say again? I need to turn that into a soundbite. Unanimously, you say? And then he says, I'm not done. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget thinking, this guy thinks he's actually lighted on something that is mind-blowing. It's ridiculous. It's incredible. Okay, let's move on. I think, let me know in whatever way you want to let me know, either with a like or with an emoji or with a one. Let me know if I've explained that properly. Even if you're a troll in the chat. And you got something. In fact, I need the trolls, please. Moderators, just allow them. Let them talk. Let them talk their ish. Let them get cold. It's not that deep right now. Let them enjoy themselves. As long as nothing is said untoward. Let people who have a different perspective, let them voice their opinion. But I hope I've explained that properly. Okay. Psychosis. Let's move on. Okay. Right. Last quote. To do with Metatron that I will touch on. Now, he pointed out Odysseus, Ulysses to some. And Odysseus, the famous seafaring hero of Homer's Greek tome, and in the passage in Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus returns to his home, but Athena wishes to play a trick on all the traitors, Odysseus's backstabbers, and she disguises him. Now, up till now, I don't think Odysseus has been described in great length, his features described in any great length. But apparently, the disguise is Athena turning Odysseus into an old man. Now, in turning him back from an old man back to his normal self, a description is given, okay, of what Odysseus looks like originally. Now, go back to Metatron's video. He doesn't actually give you that context. And I am so happy. I really need to give it up to give a shout out to who was the first person to put me on to this? It's between the King's Monologue and Quelimike himself. And one thing that Metatron did was he didn't give the full context. But the full context, as I was put onto by one of the two brothers, was stating that actually, if you look at the text, it's not that Odysseus was being disguised, or it's not that Odysseus was being disguised as what I'm about to read to you. It's that he was being restored to his original look, his original phenotype, his original physical characteristics. Here is what an objective. I don't like to rely on AI. I hate AI. In fact, there are days I want to do a video or a live on how AI is bad for Africa. Okay, it's gonna put a lot of people out of jobs. It's gonna be the death of a lot of it's gonna be the death to a lot of culture in Africa. A lot of things that we're struggling to maintain in the face of Western hegemony is going to be lost to AI. A lot of culture, a lot of artisan skills, anyway. That's for another day. Okay, so I don't need to bore you with that. But a website called DeepL, which relies on AI to translate things, gave the most unbiased translation of the passage. Now, they've done with this passage what they like to do with Herodotus nowadays. They like to translate Herodotus in his famous passage on the Colchians and Egyptians as saying dark-skinned and not black. Now, if you take this AI translation, this is what it says. He was born a black man, and his knees were full of grief. I'm gonna skip. That's a part of sugar. I should have. Let me just confirm what passage that's quoting from. Right. That's one passage from Odysseus. So I was wrong on that. There's one passage from Odysseus that actually that's one passage that actually how do I put it? So I said earlier that you've got only one passage that describes Odysseus. Okay, actually, this passage says he was born a black man. Okay, he was born, I quote again, a black man. Sorry, but that's a mic drop. I don't know if people want to look into that for me, and we can debate that on another live or do a video about it. But that's from the Odyssey. I've not read it cover to cover, but that's from the Odyssey. Okay, that's the description that is given of Odysseus in the Odyssey. But we'll move on from that. Let's go to the germane quote. Okay, right. As she spoke, she touched him with her golden wand. This is Athena touching Herodotus now, changing him back. First, she threw a fair, clean shirt and cloak about his shoulders. Then she made him younger and of more imposing presence. She gave him back his collar, filled out his cheeks, and let his beard become dark again. Right, sorry, my mistake. I remember what I was going to say now. I remember where the confusion comes from. This is Samuel Butler's translation. Right, sorry. Oh my goodness. Okay, right. Nah, it's all coming back to me. Samuel Butler, the one translator of Homer's Odyssey, does the most disgusting thing you will that you will see in the history of translating text. He literally translates because he can't deal with the fact that it says she turned him back to his original color, which was black. He was born black. She turned him back to his original color. He was born black. Instead of doing that, he just says she gave him back his collar. He completely misses out the word black, which would be, I'm guessing, melas, melancroes in that text. And this is where they get caught out. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying there. This is where they get caught out. He can't deal with it, so he just says in his translation what the more modern translators dark skin. This man, in a roundabout way, is actually much more honest. He just says, I'm just going to not put that, because if I was to be honest, I'll be translating that as black, not dark-skinned. They haven't thought of that lie up yet. So when I looked into this, I kept finding Samuel Butler's translation being the most prominent. And his translation, I kept scratching my head. Why in the goodness' name does this man, why am I watching Metatron's segment on this topic talking about his dark color, and the most prominent translation on the internet isn't even giving me that much. It's just saying she gave him back his collar, filled out his cheeks. Now, what do we talk about when we say prognathism? What do we say? What we always talking about with the Egyptians, and one of the key signs of them being a black people, when you see their art, their cheeks, the fullness of their faces, their full lips, that part of it. This text says, if you were to read the original, a black face is returned to him, a black collar is returned to Odysseus, his cheeks are prominent again, his beard becomes dark again. The only thing missing is we need kinky hair to be in there, but we're not given that, okay? But this is the description of Odysseus. But Samuel Butler can't handle it. He can't cope that well, so he just gives back his collar. Now, I went away to look at and to translate this, have AI translate this. I've as an unbiased as I could, a translator give this to me in the proper sense that it should be. And Deep L, for some reason, translates this passage very haphazardly, because again, I've not said this, so there's no need for the again. The again is superfluous. So what I'm going to say to you is that because this is AI, it's not translating with any context. Okay, so I've done this before in another video. Some people's translations are so bad, they don't know what they're talking about. They say small feet. The Egyptian man had a small feet. I'd had this in the video, what the Greeks and Romans said about the Egyptians, and these translators were translating Lucian of Samosata, talking about describing an Egyptian man with full lips, black skin, protruding lips, and thin, small feet. When really the translation, if you actually go to a very bare bones translation, is literally slender legs or thin calves. And I confirmed that with other translators, other human translators, not just Google translators. So sometimes what you get with an AI computer translator is it's not really translating with any real sense. You will get here and there things that strike a chord with reality, but it's just literally translating things word for word without any grammatic or syntactical context. So this is the same passage, although it bears no resemblance to what's going on. It says, and the chrysalis, the stripes of Athens. It means Athena, okay? The first washed, the first chiton. It means, what we just read, a clean shirt was given back to him, and a cloak about his shoulders. It says first washed the chiton, whatever. Thimble was set up. I believe that's the wand. Okay. But one bit that it gets right is it says, when it's trying to translate the part where Athena returns his collar to him, it says, for he was born a black man. Okay? And his knees were full of grief. I think it's going on to say how his probably his beard there, probably something to do with melancholy, because that's where we get the word melanchroes from as well. Melancholy, dark, sad, depressed of mind, full of grief is probably what's going on there. I don't know how it gets cheeks confused or crossed with knees, but whatever. But this is the same passage being spoken about. We know that because, I just remembered, I'm cross-referencing it. But isn't that amazing? If you were to look at if you're looking at what Metatron claims proves that, I think he uses this passage to say, hang about, look, do you think Odysseus was a black man? He clearly wasn't a black man. So when the word is used here, can you not see that actually it just means tanned? Until you dig deeper and you find that in all likelihood, for whatever reason, Odysseus might well have been a black man in the heart of Europe. I wouldn't say the heart of Europe is the heart of Europe would be, I don't know, somewhere further north. But Odysseus was a black man on the Mediterranean. That's what it seems. And I'm going to run with that. Because of the deception that we tend to see around this issue, and the fact that this point has been made before, and it's been made by, I think Mr. Imhotep made this very well in a video, and he said, actually, when they claim that Egypt was mixed, it actually wasn't. What was mixed was the Greek world. And the Greek world, it would appear, was more mixed than they would want you to believe. Yes, it was. Oh, yes, it was. And why wouldn't it be? Why does it work one way, but it doesn't work the other way? Why does it work one way, but it doesn't work the other way? It would appear it works the other way more than it works our way. It would appear that the Greek world actually had far more black people in it than we are led to believe. So much so that you're not finding out that one of the you're not finding out about how one of their key heroes was actually a black person till very late on in the story. Again, you have very key figures. It's not just Odysseus now. You've got key figures in Greek history, not Greek history, Greek mythology, who are black. You've got Andromeda. You've got Cadmus, who is supposedly an Egyptian prince who marries a European princess and goes on to a European queen and goes on to have Europa. Who is who? The person, the eponymous Europa, who is the where we get the word Europe. Okay, so it would appear that their world was filled. And has anybody seen is it not Nihilus? Sorry, has anybody seen he's a wine god? Oh, a wine god. Memnon. Thank you, Surfactant. Memnon. He fought Achilles in the Trojan War. It's incredible. It's actually incredible. You know, you don't have that. Not Dionysius. Sorry, RJ Mackenzie. Not Dionysius. Silenus. Somebody Google Silenus. Please. Somebody.
So click Google instead of make stupid questions. Click Google.
Somebody Google Silenus right now and tell me, when you look into that brother's story, I say brother, but when you look into that guy's story, tell me he wasn't a black man. Tell me, find out for me where he came from in Greek mythology and what he looked like. Silenus. His image has been whitewashed as time goes on, but the further back in time you go, and when you find out that Silenus his origin story is that he's from the Ethiopian mountains. And he looked after, who was it he looked after? He was supposed to have taken care of Hercules or someone. Okay? So you're talking about Greek mythology peppered constantly with people from the black world. Now you tell me which world is more mixed. Which world's more mixed? Because as far as I can see, I don't see the Egyptian myths writing home about the white folk in their myths. No. They're talking, their mythology is based on inner Africa. Again, see the Edfu War reliefs, see what they talk about, see all their legends and where they talk about Osiris coming forth from. Everybody knows this. This is an open thing, an open secret. The Egyptians are not peppering their mythology with people from Europe, but the Greeks are peppering their mythology with people from Africa. So it's not far-fetched to think, oh, come Odysseus, we're dealing so if everybody in Homer's time knows that Odysseus was a black person living in ancient Greece, is there any need to be describing his features? Sounds to me like the Greeks were less bothered about race than these guys today. You know? That's what it sounds to me like. Because here we literally have proof that in their worldview, in their perception, Odysseus was a character that was originally black. An Ethiopia living in that world. So Athena restores his color, not gives him a disguise as Metatron liked to make out. He restores his color and the fullness of his cheeks, and gives him his black hair back. I don't know. There's more in there. Anyway, detour over. Let's go out of this. Let's just go out of this and go back to the article. Right, how long have we been in this chat? 3 hours. It says we've been streaming for 3 hours. I know, guys. Let me know if you want me to keep going. I've got lots more. I've got at least 1 more hour to go of information. I don't do these lives often, but when I do them. So just I'm enjoying myself. Let me know if you want me to keep carrying on. Okay, right. For now, I'll keep. I'll carry on. Okay, just gonna carry on reading to you, Mr. Tristan Samuels's article. Okay, right. Right. Race, blackness, and Herodotus. Okay. I've got confirmation to keep going. If you don't want me to keep going and you've not said anything, well, you know what? Democracy rules out here. We're just gonna make like Cardi B and just go on with it. Okay. Right. There have been major studies on race in the Greco-Roman world. African American Greco-Roman scholar Frank Snowden was the first to engage in a systematic study of black people in Greco-Roman antiquity. His analysis in Blacks in Antiquity and Before Color Prejudice are considered authoritative volumes. His main contention was that the Greco-Roman world was not anti-black like the modern world. However, there is clear evidence. I'm just going to say Snowden. I was really happy when I discovered Snowden's Snowden as a person, but I don't know, man. Snowden struck me as a bit of a well, let's say, I like Uncle Tom actually. I think he's misunderstood, but what's that animal again? A raccoon. It's not fair, some would say, but listen, when you dig deep into Snowden, he seemed a bit like one of those. I didn't say a bad word now. I said a raccoon. We all know what a raccoon is, furry animal. So second, Snowden assumed that the Greeks and Romans perceived Negroid types and synonymized blackness with Ethiopian identity. Wrong. Wrong. Thank you very much. If Snowden says that, but he's just wrong there. I think he was trying to please a certain demographic. The notion of a true black type, believed to be biologically valid in Snowden's epoch, is an anachronism. We've already discussed that the true black doesn't exist. It's a standard, an impossible standard that they set up to try and they move about how they please, to try and deny us of our history. Furthermore, numerous texts such as Herodotus show that blackness was not exclusive to Ethiopians. So again, we have proof that the Greeks didn't just mean black Africans when they used black. Okay, Martin Bernal and Molefi Kete Asante criticized Snowden, rightly so, for being uncritical of the white supremacist interpretation of black people. Unfortunately, Snowden never challenged the status quo. Blah, blah, blah. Instead, Snowden argued that Herodotus did not see the ancient Egyptians as black. Snowden claimed that the text is an example of Greeks describing people darker than themselves but not black. Snowden falls for the trap. Again, he's a black guy who fell for the trap. Yet this distinction is absent in this text. That's the Herodotus text. Snowden also insists that Herodotus based his argument for Chaldean Egyptian ancestral connections on similarity of cultural, not physical criteria. Herodotus, however, does not reject physical criteria as Snowden claims. He doesn't, because we can all read the text ourselves, and we see what's going on. Okay. Herodotus provided additional evidence because he was aware of other racial groups that have the same physical features. Etc., etc. What he's saying there, I'll just quickly explain. If you go to the original text that we have from Herodotus on this topic, let me explain that. So we got here the histories as translated by Rawlinson. And
What?
Do me a favor.
no. Let's just quickly get rid of this. Okay. Let's quickly get rid of this and let me show you this quickly. Okay, right. Okay, good stuff. Right. There we go. Now, if you're looking at the screen, the Herodotus quote is this: the Egyptians said that they believed the Colchians to be descended from the army of Sesostris. My own conjectures were founded first on the fact that they are black-skinned and have woolly hair, which certainly amounts to but little, since several other nations are so too. In doing that, when end quote, right? When you read that, the way they want you to read that is to say, see, Herodotus isn't saying that the Egyptians are black and the Egyptians are black simply because he's not saying that the Egyptians are black because how do you put it? He's not saying they're black because he actually goes on to say let me rephrase it. The Egyptians being black and woolly haired doesn't mean anything. And it doesn't mean anything because he's not talking about Africans. Well, how do we prove that? Well, because he says himself, it amounts to little because there are other people in the world who are, how do you call it? Black and woolly haired. So we win the argument, go home. He's talking about white people. He's talking about Middle Easterners. No, because what they've done there again is a sleight of hand. It's an attempt to make you think a certain way. If Herodotus says, look, Egyptians, if Egyptians are related to Colchians because the Colchians are black like them and have woolly hair, but that doesn't necessarily mean the Colchians are from the Egyptians because other nations, other peoples have that. Why doesn't that make you think of other peoples in the sense of other black peoples? Do you know what I'm trying? Does that make any sense? Press 1 if you get what I'm trying to say. Okay, let me know in the chat if you know what I'm trying to say. So instead of that, they take you out of Africa and they say, see, Herodotus says it doesn't mean anything because other nations could be black and kinky haired. Yeah, Herodotus is still talking within the African context. And how do we know this? Well, let's look at how he describes a particular Libyan type. See if I can find it for us here. Okay. Let me just find this. Let me just have a quick look for us in this here place. Right. Thank you. Right, found it in the end. Gone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
That's suspicious.
Well, let's go. Let's go for this. Let's go for this. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's head back to the screen here. I found it. So Herodotus says the Colchians are like the Egyptians. They must be from the Egyptians because the Egyptians, like the Colchians, are black and have woolly hair. But that doesn't prove necessarily that the Colchians come from the Egyptians because, well, several other nations or peoples have black skin and a woolly hair. In trying to get you away from thinking of black people, the detractors say, oh, no, Herodotus says other people have black skin and woolly hair, which we contend, when you get down to the brass tacks of it, he's saying other people are dark skinned with woolly hair. Think of Middle Easterners. They're dark olive skinned and they have woolly-ish hair, black hair that's kind of a bit glossy. No. Herodotus knows what he's talking about when he says other nations. Why does other nations automatically raise the specter of white nations, of white peoples? It doesn't. We know it doesn't because Herodotus literally throws the argument out of the window because he's describing Libyans, he describes two types. He says in another passage of his histories, and if you can look on the screen, I'm looking at section 70, paragraph 70. I've just blocked somebody in the chat and I'm happy I blocked him because he's got a problem. He's a scumbag racist and he's got a problem and he needs to go. And he's gone. All right. So the Eastern Ethiopians, for two nations of his for the Eastern Ethiopians he's talking about, for two nations of this name served in the army. He's talking about an army, I think, of the Persians. Again, black people serving in the army of the Persians. You won't hear that at all. They're not slaves, they served in the army. Mercenaries, whatever. They were marshaled with the Indians. They differed in nothing. From the other Ethiopians. So the other black peoples. Okay? And one of the black peoples that Herodotus cites is, he says, they differed in nothing from other Ethiopians apart from in their language and the character of their hair. For the Eastern Ethiopians have straight hair, while they, or the Ethiopians of Libya, are more woolly haired than any other people in the world. No?
Wake up!
Does anybody see that?
Wake up! Wake up!
No?
Wake
Just me?
Wake!
Press 1 in the chat if you see it. I don't know if I'm making sense. I just press 1 in the chat if you see it. Okay?
Wake up! I command you in the name of Jesus.
I'm gonna wait. I want someone in the chat to explain that to you. I don't care who it is. Just see if you're getting what I'm trying to push across. Okay. When Herodotus says other nations are black and woolly haired too, he's not taking out of the black race. He's not taking out of the black context. In this passage, I'm proving to you quite clearly that in Herodotus' mind, he's still talking in a black context. When he says other nations are so too, he's not talking about Middle Easterners with a bit of bubbly black hair and a tan. No. He's not talking about that. He's still talking about black folk with kinky hair. And you know that. What sounds in the way? Let me know what sounds in the way. RJ McKenzie says, turn off the sound, it's in the way. Let me know what sounds in the way. Please be a bit more specific because I can't hear anything on my end. Let's have a quick look. Oh, sugar. Oh no. Sorry everyone. Sorry. Sorry, I gotten rid of that. Sorry, I've just got rid of that. Sorry, guys. Okay, so let me just go back. Let me just go back to what I was talking about. Again, my bad there. So, what I was talking about was the Herodotus quote. When Herodotus says other nations are so too, he's clearly still talking within the black framework. Now, this belies or this betrays the racial mindset of a lot of people on this topic. When they say Herodotus says other nations are so too, therefore he's not talking about black people, he's talking about other nations. Well, no, he's not. He knows the race of people, he knows the group, he knows the category of people he's talking about. Why does other nations automatically mean other non-black nations? Why does that mean other non-black peoples? It doesn't. Not unless you want it to. Not unless you are biased. Because in Herodotus' mind, other nations or other peoples who have this feature, this characteristic feature, he's talking about Africans, other Ethiopian nations, we can say. Right? Okay. I hope that's well explained. If it's not, I might come back to it again. But for now, I'm just gonna carry on with the article. A Bayesian Greco-Roman scholar, Lloyd Thompson, in Romans and Blacks was the last major study on black people in Greco-Roman antiquity. But it focused on the Roman world. Thompson introduced sociological concepts into the discussion, which enabled a nuanced approach. Thompson pointed out that Snowden ignored texts with anti-black prejudice. However, he argued that the Romans were not racist, but were ethnocentric and classicist. So now Mr. Samuels is going into a debate about how racist the Greeks were. I happen to disagree with him here. I think the Greeks actually weren't, at least in favor of them. The ancient Greeks weren't they weren't racist by today's standards. They really weren't. At least, a lot of these folk like to say slavery wasn't new. The world practiced slavery, and ancient peoples practiced slavery, and Africans practiced. Yeah, but you guys were the first people to tie slavery to skin color, and you're still doing it today. You're still making, every time you see black people outside of, in the historical archive, outside of where you decide that they should be, let's say use a phrase that they love to use, sub-Saharan Africa, outside of sub-Saharan Africa, every time you see them, you claim slavery brought them there, without any proof whatsoever. Because you and your ancestors decided to tie slavery in wickedness. They tied slavery to skin color. Okay? Right? So, but the ancient Greeks didn't. So I disagree with Samuels here when he says, when he's trying to make a point here that actually the Greeks were racist. Now, I agree that, yeah, okay, fine. A lot of them probably were. But I would say it's all relative. I would say in comparison to today, in comparison to recent history, being like what you might call it. I would just say that they weren't racist. No, not in my perspective. Some of them were, but not in my perspective that they weren't. I'll give you an example of someone who was racist. And this is a quote that Metatron did not give you. Let's go to the quote. Okay. I got the quote somewhere here. I think I titled it. Oh. Okay, maybe I didn't. Where is it? What's going on? Okay. Well, it was Aristotle, and Aristotle said, um, they don't know how to deal with this as well. I think they say it's pseudo Aristotle. In fairness, we're not sure whether it's we're not sure whether it's Aristotle or it is a fake. It seems to be a fake, but he says those who are cowards. Let's look it up quickly. Let's look it up. Let's just go open another tab up. Let's go to YouTube. Okay. Again, time and time again, these quotes are out there if you look for them. No, I don't want.
So click Google instead of make stupid questions. Click Google.
Okay. Let us go to those that are too black are cowards. Right? Looked out before. Right. Right. This is a pseudo Aristotle, and and it's called Physiognomics, and it's a work that attempts to classify people in terms of the characteristics, the physical characteristics. They've been obsessed with race since forever. The European world has been obsessed with race since forever. It's a weird like thing that they've got. And I believe it's why they're very a lot of ill-meaning, ill-intentioned Europeans are very ready. They can't wait to turn the race card around and say, well, you're being racist now, because it's just their way of fighting. But to me, it seems like the European world has been too obsessed with physical characteristics of different people for too long. I think most people have just gotten on with things. But the tendency now is to claim that after they've made it a thing for thousands of years, hundreds of years at least, to now start claiming that anyone who wants to bring up race, I don't see any color, I don't see any race. Well, I mean, if that's the case, you just had a change of heart, because I mean, you people have been obsessed with it for a long time. Aristotle writes in Physiognomics, those whose eyes are excessively black are cowardly. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not looking for that. Too black. This is the one. I'll just go on this. I hope it's not dodgy WordPress. Okay. Too black a hue marks the coward, as witness Egyptians and Ethiopians. No? Anyone? I don't care what he goes on to say about women. He says too white a complexion as you see from women. I don't care what he goes on to say about women. Too black a hue marks the coward. Okay, so there's a bit of racism there, but inadvertently, pseudo Aristotle claims that the Ethiopian and the Egyptian are black, and he classifies them as the same. Okay, so yes, I think some of them were racist and some weren't, but I think in comparison to today's world, I don't think of people who got a lot of their their religion, their science from Egypt. That's documented. That's actually documented. The Greeks got almost everything in terms of their civilization, their religion from Egyptians. Okay. Um, I don't think they're racist. I don't think they were as obsessed with hating on the black man as came later on in the European context. Okay. So I'm just gonna leave that there. I disagree with Tristan Samuel on this particular segment. Um, I'm gonna kind of skip. Oh no, I didn't. I don't know if I showed that. Sorry. Let me just show people on screen the quote from earlier, because I might not have actually. You might not have seen it on screen. I'm sharing my screen now, so just have the quote up for the sake of for the record. Okay, so that's on the screen there, and now I'm going to take it off again and go down here. Screen, and I'm just gonna. Okay, turn your volumes down because I just need to sort something out quickly. Okay.
That
Get out of here, man.
You could do so you do.
Okay. Okay, right. Let's stay on topic. And let's go back to our article. Okay, right. Right. Let's get back to the article. All right. Here we go. I'm skipping a lot here, but I'm going back to Tristan Samuel's words. It's clear, however, that the Romans saw both groups as distinct black racial groups. There was no confusion. Yet Thompson assumes that Herodotus' account was a representation rather than an observation. Unfortunately, like Snowden, Thompson internalized white epistemological interpretations of ancient Egyptian racial identity. Greco-Roman scholar Benjamin Isaac revived the discussion of race in The Invention of Racism in Classical Antiquity. Okay, let me know if there's anything dodgy going on with my sound. Again, I'm hoping there isn't, but just let me know. Keep me in check, guys. Greco-Roman scholar Benjamin Isaac revived the discussion of race in The Invention of Racism in Classical Antiquity. He argues that racism was present in Greco-Roman antiquity, which he initially specified as proto-racism, but he now uses racism. Isaac defines race as the attribution of hereditary and unalterable characteristics, both mental and physical, to certain groups. Isaac does not distinguish race and racism, which is problematic. Also, he restricts race to a pseudo-biological concept, etc., etc. More problematic. You know what? I think it's fair to say. I don't know what you guys think. I think it's fair to say on this segment, it's half and half. It's half and half. The Greeks in some of their writings, they did have an aversion to black. They did have this visceral, sometimes hatred, you could say, in what they write about the Egyptians. Now, I said Egyptians, right? I didn't say Ethiopians. Let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. Actually, it's just I just remembered this. I'm gonna play you one of my videos. You should never trust a man that quotes himself. But I'm gonna play one of my videos and show you what I'm talking about. So can you hear the sound? Is the sound good? The can you can't I it's not just the visuals I want to come across. I also want the sound to come across. So if you can hear the sound, let me know. So I'm going to go. Cool. Thank you, RJ McKenzie. I can always trust on some people in the chat. Thank you, RJ. Matter of fact. RJ McKenzie, you are moderator now as well. So welcome to that level, brother. Right, I'm gonna move. This is how Achilles Titus describes an Egyptian man. Okay. All right, let me turn the volume up. I hope that's better. That proved the typical ancient Egyptian was a black African. But someone else who makes this same observation is poet Achilles Titus in his story The Loves of Cleitophon and Lucy. Listen to how he describes a gang of Egyptian men. The place was full of terrifying, savage men, all tall. Right, is it still low? Is it the video that's low? Okay, turn this up. Yeah. Well, right, the video's low. I think it's the best I can do. I'm really, really sorry about this. It's the best I can do, but I'm just gonna play it anyway. So this is a Greek translation. Sorry, a Greek Roman translation of a Greek Roman account. Sorry, of some Egyptian men. The place was full of terrifying, savage men, all tall, dark-colored. Actually, that word is black. Again, they've done that thing again. Or black, yet not absolutely like an Indian, but more like a bastard Ethiopian with shaven heads, small feet. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier. Thin, slender legs. Okay. Does the dishonest thing of using dark colored instead of using the word black. We know Titus meant black and not dark colored because he only uses the word once in this part of the sentence. He actually doesn't use melanes or any other variation of the word twice here. Literally translated, he just says akraton, which means absolutely or completely. Here, let me put the sentence in a better way. Quote, the place was full of savage men, all tall, black, not completely like an Indian, but more like a bastard Ethiopian. Close quote. See that? He doesn't need to use the word black twice when he's already used it. Also, the word gross there doesn't mean disgusting. Stephen Gassely is translating the word large or stout in an old-fashioned sense. And more accurately again, the translation for small feet there is thin legs. You don't have to trust me on that. This is what happens when you put the particular phrase Gasly translates as small feet into Google Translate. See? Again, thin legs. Otherwise, small feet doesn't make sense as a description, not unless Titus had some sort of foot fetish. Finally, notice Achilles Titus makes the point of saying these men aren't blue-black like Dravidian Indians, but black like the brown-tinged blacks of Africa or Ethiopia, who tend towards mocha more than their Dravidian counterparts. All right, I'm going to stop there. But I only played that to say, look, guys, they the Greeks seemed like they were bothered by race. It seems like they were bothered by race. Okay. Let's carry on. Greco-Roman scholar Denise. Oh, sorry, Sonic. Sorry, a lot of people say they couldn't really hear anything. Yeah, a lot of people say they couldn't really hear that. Sorry about that. I'll have to work on that. Yeah, I'll have to work on that for future lives. Okay, cool. Let me just carry on for now. The gist of the video was basically a Greek Roman poet describing an Egyptian group of men as savage and frightful and you know how Europeans stereotypically describe Africans. It's pretty much there even in ancient texts. So in terms of Tristan Samuels' work here, claiming that the Greeks were racist from a very long way off, I think, in fairness to that, I think he's got a good case for that. My view at the beginning was to say, I'm not really sure. I think he's being harsh. However, you know, take from what I just played you that you couldn't really hear. Take from that what you will. I think he's got a case here. Just suffice to say that it seems that the European world has been, for a long time, just particularly obsessed with the notion of the dark other, the black other. Something that they like to turn around now and say that we're playing the race card constantly. But whatever. Okay. Right. So that's the general thrust of this section that Tristan Samuels is talking about. He says he basically concludes that the Greeks were racist. That's all. That's really it. Okay? So now we're in race and blackness in classical Greece. Okay? Now, I'm not sure that I showed you this in the last live, but let me quickly take another detour and show you this now. When they claim that Egypt was mixed, and they say it was mixed and the people there would have had an olive complexion, as you see on the art on the walls in ancient Egypt. When they say that, for a long time, they've been struggling to place. So when you see these Egyptian wall paintings and the drawings, and you see these who are Africans, okay, they might not be as black as the Ethiopians further south or black folk in the south of Sudan, but they're Africans, they're black Africans. For a long time, they've been struggling with how to couch them as anything other than black. Basically, trying to tell you that your eyes are deceiving you when you see black people on the Egyptian wall paintings. And I want to prove that to you. Charles Anton is a guy from the 1800s. And he says this, you will not believe this. he can see what we see today. He could see what we see today on the walls, and this is what he said. He says, close this, and I'll show you this. Come on now. He concludes on the ethnicity of the Egyptians. He's writing in 1857. Follow my cursor now. From what has been adduced, we may consider it as tolerably well proved, that the Egyptians and Ethiopians were natives of the same race. That seems completely unequivocal. All right? But he's schizophrenic. And watch what he does later. He can't let it rest on that. That seems clear, right? He's concluded. This is a well-respected man in his field. Charles Anton was a famous American classicist, an expert on ancient history, the ancient world, Greece, Rome, ancient Egypt. And he says it has been tolerably well proved that the Egyptians and Ethiopians were natives of the same race, whose abodes from the earliest periods of history were the regions bordering on the Nile. Now, when I first came across this, I thought, okay, this is good. This is another quote to add to the repertoire, the retinue, okay? But not so. These nations were not Negroes, such as the Negroes of Guinea, though they bore some resemblance to that description of men. At least, you catch it? You catch it? So, Egyptians and Ethiopians were nations of the same race. But these nations were not Negroes, no, such as the Negroes of Guinea, though they bore some resemblance to that description of men. But you just said that Ethiopians and Egyptians are the same race. So what's your beef with just leaving it at that and saying that they're Africans, they're Negroes? But his justification for saying that they're not Negroes like the Negroes of Guinea, like West African Negroes, like you all in America there, like African Americans. What's his justification? Listen to this. He says, here we go. Egyptians must sometimes have been of a more crisp or bushy kind than that which is often found in mummies, for such is the case in respect to Copts. Right, here we go. In complexion, it seems probable that the race of Egyptians now was a counterpart of the Fullers. He spells that Foulahs. The Fullers in the west of Africa. Okay? The Fullers. Okay? So Charles Anton says they were the same as the Ethiopians. But it doesn't make them Negroes. Not like the Negroes of West Africa. But then he goes on to say, in complexion, they look like the Fullers. But where do the Fullers hail from? The west of Africa. And what do the Fullers look like? Look at this schizophrenia now. Let's go to what the Fullers look like. You can Google Fullers people yourself. I'm from Nigeria, so I know what Fullers look like. They're the northerners of Nigeria. They're mixed in with the Hausa people. This is what they look like. Now, he's right in the sense that a lot of Fullers aren't blue-black. Okay? They're not, at least in terms of darkness, they're not dark. And also, they don't tend to have as pronounced a prognathism. They don't tend to have as pronounced a broad nose. They've got more of a Nilotic look. Yes. Fair enough. But look at these people. These are black people. These are black Africans. They look like African Americans. They look like Africans. They look like just black people. Okay? Right. This, I think, is what he thinks is proving his point. Look at how light some of them can be. Look at how light some of them can be. They're quite light. And you go on. Here's some of them here. And there's some of them there. But he thinks he's actually hit on a thing there by saying, oh, they're Negroes, but they're not Negroes like Negroes, but they're more like the Fullers in complexion. This is what he means. Now, I defy anybody to say these aren't black people and actually keep a straight face as they say that. I'm sure there are some psychotic out there who can manage that feat. Psychotic enough who can manage that feat. But I only bring that up as a detour to say this is the level, this schizophrenia with Egypt in the European context, in the academic world, has existed since forever. So, yes, they're blacks, they're with the Ethiopians, but we can't let it rest there because they're like the Fullers. Okay, but I live near the Fullers. I know what the Fullers look like. Do you mean these kind of people? Yeah, but well, then what are you talking about? They're not blacks. What do you mean they're not Negroes? Because last I looked, these are Negroes. I mean, I've got Fuller friends. I've got not specifically Fuller, but Hausa friends. I grew up with Hausa people. Down there in Nigeria. We got Hausa people living in the UK today. So that's the schizophrenia. He couldn't let it rest. He couldn't say they're Egyptians are the same as Ethiopians. They're black people. He had to say, but they're not Negroes like the Negroes of West Africa. But they're more like in complexion like the Fullers in West Africa. But then what do the Fullers look like? Right. Let's carry on. Let's come to the last part, the denouement. The denouement. I love that word. Of this live. Race and blackness in classical Greece. Tristan Samuels, and if you've waited this long, I got a bombshell to drop for you here. You will not believe what you're about to hear. You will not believe what you're about to see. Okay? Okay. Understanding that blackness is a social construct, it is imperative to deconstruct its connotations in Greek racial thought using critical race theory, etc., etc. We're not going to get into that. I don't know much about critical race theory. I'm here for all the other action. Right. Let's go to this bit. It is imperative that the Greek somatic norm is deconstructed because it is often assumed to be white. This assumption is clearly false because, as the Greco-Roman scholar James D. observes, whiteness was considered a characteristic of Greek women or barbarians north of the Alps. That's the more typical European of today. Melas was used to describe Greek men. For example, Homer describes Odysseus as Melagroes. Now, he's talking about the part that we've just already, the part that we've gone over, where we actually see that more readily translates to black, not even dark skin. But Mr. Tristan Samuels goes with the more orthodox view that Odysseus was being described as dark skin and not black. Okay, fine. We won't debate that. That's not important for our purposes. Whatever Odysseus was, we don't care. We know what the Egyptians were. Okay. In fact, blackness is associated with the heat of the sun. I'm skipping ahead now, and you just follow my cursor to see what I'm reading. I'm gonna highlight the bits that I'm reading right now. Okay. The deep tan connotation. Okay. Let me summarize this section. Okay. This section, in this section, Tristan Samuels is talking and he's going over the fact that the Greeks themselves were a dark people. So they're operating from a perspective, we've already talked about this, from a perspective of dark-skinned people themselves. So if they're operating from that standpoint, it stands to reason that they're not really writing from a standpoint of people who are often stunned by dark-skinned, except to say that when they're in Egypt, they're actually writing about things that they consider remarkably different to themselves enough to write about, such as actually black people, actual black people that they see in the general population. So we carry on. He goes on to say, the Aristotelian physiognomica, which we've gone over again, gives further insight on the Greek somatic norm. It also shows that melas has a specific meaning for Egyptians. Those who are too black are cowards. Observe Egyptians and Ethiopians. Okay? This text explicitly demonstrates that whiteness was not an aspect of Greek normative identity. The attribution of whiteness to Greek women reveals a nuanced articulation of gender difference through the use of skin color. Also, the passage shows that white people were largely irrelevant, if not absent, in Greek social relations. Okay. Right. Right. Cool. No problem. I've just skipped past a lot of irrelevant stuff. Right. Now we're in the section that says Herodotus and blacks. Herodotus' attribution of blackness to non-Greek racial groups must be examined, and it must also be determined whether he imposes an inferior category upon these groups on account of their blackness. In the relevant passage, Herodotus acknowledges that there are other black racial groups besides Egyptians. However, we've already talked about that, by the way. Remember, we talked about the Libyans, who Herodotus also classes as Ethiopians. So there's a significant portion of the population in Libya that Herodotus denotes them as Ethiopians. Okay? He doesn't mention slavery. He doesn't say there's a trans-sub-Saharan slave trade that brought these Ethiopian Libyans to Libya. He doesn't say that. He just says Ethiopians are native to Libya. Okay? You check out Herodotus' histories. That's in there. And in the passage, Herodotus acknowledges that there are other racial groups, black racial groups, besides Egyptians. However, Herodotus only discusses two of these other black racial groups, Ethiopians and Indians. Excuse me. Herodotus explains Ethiopian blackness as a result of the heat that corresponds with Greek climatic theory. Okay? So again, the Greeks thought that black people were black because they lived in places where the sun was really hot or on the equator. That's nothing new. We know about that. Herodotus' ethnographic commentary on Indian and Ethiopian men shows his anti-black views. Again, Tristan Samuels is speaking about how the Greeks were, again, I debate this, were very racist. Okay, I don't think they were very racist. I think they were quite mild by today and the last 100, 200, 300, 400 years standards. Okay, but this part is key. Listen to this. He claims that the Indians have sexual intercourse in public. So Herodotus is joining two people now. He's combining two people and he's saying he talks about the Indians almost in the same terms as he talks about the Ethiopians. Almost, because he sees them, again, in terms of skin color, especially the southern Indians, he sees them as Africans, as black Africans. Okay? The light-skinned Indians, the light-skinned Indian type is actually, I don't know if anybody knows this, but light-skinned Indian folk are a relatively new addition. Okay, look up something called the Aryan migration, the Aryan migratory routes. Okay, so we're talking about people from Turkish and northeastern Europe who have come down into India. Look up the Mongolian migratory routes. Look up that. Look up all of that stuff, and you'll find that actually light skin is actually relatively new in the Indian population, and actually they're actually uh one of the societies that's most prone to whitewashing their skin and having an inferiority complex when it talks about when it comes to their skin texture and their skin color. They don't like that. So a lot of Indians living in the West today, they do it a lot. They mess around with their skin, but ultimately what I'm trying to get at here is that as far as the ancients were concerned, India and Africa had the same. India and the Ethiopians had the same complexion. Whether you're talking about further down south in India, where you have the Dravidians and the uber dark southern Sudanese type, jet black Africans, or you're talking about just the more general masses of Ethiopians who went blue black, but they were still black. Okay, and Tristan Samuels is trying to make the point in this segment that Herodotus doesn't like just blacks in general. And he talks about, quote, this sexualized racist stereotype by inference implicates Egyptian black men. Herodotus then claims that their semen is black unlike other men. Okay? Yes, he does. I don't know if he saw that. I don't even know how. I don't even know how to go into that. But I won't. I just won't. How about that? I mean, I don't understand how Herodotus is gets his information on the color of the issue of the issue of Indian men, but he does, okay? And all I'm gonna say is
That's suspicious.
yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say is that's suspicious. But he talks about the Indian men's semen being black, okay? McCloskey, I read on Tristan Samuels' work. He says McCloskey 2012 explains this as evidencing a worldview in which geographic extremes of East and South were seen in similar terms, but there are clear anti-black undertones. The black semen stereotype certainly refers to all black men. In other words, Indian, Ethiopian, and by inference, Egyptian men have abnormal ejaculation and are hypersexual because they are black. I'll show you the bit he's talk. I'm loath to, but I think it's important. Let me just turn this off and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay. You guys ready for this? Okay. Right. Okay. Don't really want to cause this thing to crash.
Nah. Yeah. I'ma do my own thing.
Right. Let's go back. You're just gonna have to take my word for it. I'm trying to find the exact passage where Herodotus talks about the semen of Indian men, and he also says, I'll read on. Tristan Samuels, quote, the anti-blackness in Herodotus's passage immediately disproves the consensus views that physical characteristics held no racial significance to Herodotus. Rosaria Monson, for example, argues that physical characteristics are only special cases for Herodotus and are not at any rate generally suitable for distinguishing Greek and non-Greek. To the contrary, there are racial markers such as blackness, which are particular to certain non-Greek groups as noted earlier. So let's just go back to that. Let's just go back to this. Uh, in his famous histories, he claims that uh, these black Indians mate like animals. He's basically hypersexualizing them. He says they mate like animals and basically like savages, and they mate in public. Um, Presumably he's seen that, and he also claims that their semen is black. And Tristan Samuel says, look, this is part of what the Greeks do. And I think to an extent he's right, because we've just seen in one of the videos one of my old videos I showed us earlier, that that they had this thing about the savage Egyptian. In the same way, Herodotus talks about the savage Indians mating in public, right? And he basically, Tristan Samuels is using this to say, look, first of all, the Greeks were racist, and secondly, the Greeks also thought of Egyptians in the same way as they thought of Indians, who they clearly saw as black people, as part of the black type or the black race, and they kind of looked at us as like savage, sexual beasts, and you all know the stereotype, right? If you read, I don't know if anyone in the chat's read Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, and it's all over. In fact, Joseph Conrad is an English-Polish writer who is obsessed with talking about the virile black man and his savage sexuality, and it's like, guy, you just calm down, or get a room, or practice your fantasy in private. Just stop writing these novels that you're gonna be forcing poor 18, 16, 17-year-olds to study as part of literature classes. So in 100 years time. But I had to read some of this stuff, and I was just amazed. Someone mentioned genital envy earlier. Maybe this is what's going on. Maybe it's what's going on. But here's a bombshell for you guys. It's almost certain that there was a bit of genitalia envy going on, as far back as the ancient Greeks were concerned. And I'm going to go to the strangest place to prove it. Now, I'm not saying the writer of this text was engaging in that. No. I'm not saying that at all, because I've said this before, and a lot of you have your view about it, and that's your view, and that's okay. But we should all be ready to evolve and change and think about things a bit differently. Now, a lot of you guys say the Bible has nothing for us, and it's the white man's book and all of this stuff. Again, I beg to differ. My worldview is different. I come to all of this from a Christian perspective. Okay? And when we cast out the Bible as the white man's book and the white man's religion, you're doing that book a disservice. You're doing yourself a disservice. Follow me now. You are doing yourself a disservice. I've got one video that's relatively popular, and it's got about 20,000 plus views on the channel, and it's talking about how the Bible itself proves the Egyptians were black. There's much more in the Bible that I believe points to the blackness of ancient Egypt, but that video was specifically talking about a passage in Ezekiel that talks about the Egyptians having their origin in the south of Egypt, deep into Africa. Okay? Not in the Levant, but deep in Africa. Now, there was somewhere else I stumbled on not so long ago. And when Herodotus talks about the black semen of the black Indian man, and other Greeks are writing about the savagery of the men and their tall limbs and their animalistic nature. Again, all these kind of sexual connotations of talking, intimating at sexual virility. Let me show you something. This is do you know that emoji with the eyes? Press 1 if you know the emoji with the eyes. That's the only thing that will come to mind when I show you this. Let me first of all go to the King James Version. Okay, you know the emoji with the eyes. Okay, cool. All right. This is the King James Version of a passage in Ezekiel. Let me just put this to one side. And this passage is talking about, it's an allegory. It's using a metaphor, and it's saying God's the one, the Yahweh speaking, and he's disappointed with Israel, and he thinks, he speaks about Israel as, he uses the metaphor of two sisters, Israel and Judah. Okay, they've split up now. Okay, if you know anything about the Bible, Israel was one nation, and then they split up. Judah went one way, and the rest of the tribes went the other way. And they both went into idolatry and were worshipping of foreign gods, as it were, Egyptian gods, Assyrians, and Babylonians, whatever. And God was not happy with this. And in one of the allegories in Ezekiel, God tells Ezekiel to pen these words. And God's saying, Israel's like a sister of Judah. They're both sisters. He uses the picture of two sisters. And he says, these two sisters were dear to me. They were dear to me. But they've played around with other men. And other men being other nations. And he said they've played the harlots. They've worshipped the gods of other nations, the Babylonians. Now, this passage talks about how the two sisters played away with the Babylonians, and they did this and they did that. Okay? But then it comes to Egypt. It comes to Egypt, and it says, this is how the Bible describes, and we're talking about whether Egypt is a... I don't even know if I should go here. But again, remember, these aren't my words, okay? These are not my words. These are not my words. These are the Bible's words. And these are God's words, okay? And you're reading the Bible, you've read these other ancient texts that sexualize Egyptians as part of this black mass. And this is what the King James Version says. I'm going to show it to you in the King James Version first, and then I'm going to show it to you in other versions, just so it's clear what we're reading, in more modern versions. Because if you read it in the King James Version, you don't actually know what you're reading. You're not sure what you're reading. Here we go. Ezekiel 23, verse 19. Yet she, this is Israel now, multiplied her whoredoms in calling to remembrance the days of her youth, wherein she had played the harlot in the land of Egypt. For she doted upon their paramours, whose flesh is as the flesh of asses, and whose issue is like the issue of horses. What does that mean? When I first read that, I thought, what does that mean? What's it talking about? She remembrance, she had to play the harlot in the land of Egypt. Okay, harlot, I know what harlot means. But she doted upon her paramours. Okay, I know what paramours means. Like her lovers. Okay. Amour, yeah, okay, cool. Whose flesh is as the flesh of asses? Right, asses is a donkey. Asses are donkeys. So what? Egyptians' flesh is like donkeys. What are you talking about? What's Lord, come on. Lord, help me out here. Teach me something. Whose issue is like the issue of horses? Okay. So I wander off. And I go up to a new version. So, yet she became more and more promiscuous as she recalled the days of her youth. When she was, this is the New International Version, when she was a prostitute in Egypt. There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emission was like that of horses. What?
That's suspicious.
I thought, what? No. I did not just read that in the word of God. I went on. Let's try another version. Ezekiel 23 verse 19. Yet Israel, she increased her whoring, remembering the days of her youth, when she played the whore in the land of Egypt, in the land of Kemet, in the black land, and lusted after her lovers there, whose members were like those of donkeys.
So click Google instead of make stupid questions. Click.
Okay now. My word.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Ew. Turning something some malone. This is like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Meh. Oh. Ew. Next.
But it's gonna be.
I'm just gonna let this go on. Guys, I don't know. I'm telling you now, a lot of people are sleeping on the word of God. Now, a lot of you are sleeping on the word of God. Talking to me about, it don't have nothing for us. It was made up by black people to deceive. This is an ancient book, please. This is an ancient book. This is an ancient book. And in this ancient book, it said Israel went a whoring in the land of Egypt with a people whose members were like those of donkeys and issue was like that of horses. What's Herodotus talking about when he's talking about the black Indians? Talking about their semen is black and please, come on, family. We have, go and read over. Go and check out my video. On does the Bible proves does the Bible prove? I don't really need to explain this passage to people. I think we all know what a donkey's. We're all adults here. We've all stumbled onto things and seen things. But this is an earthy book. Okay? No, Sir Factant, I'm not telling anything. In fact, I'm not telling anything. You're gonna have to drop. You're gonna have to drop $1,000. I am a very respectable gentleman. You're gonna have to drop $1,000 super chat in there if you want me to explain anything. I am not. Well, actually, then I'd be a whoring. Then I would be a whoring. I am not a whoring. Thank you very much. So you got the Bible talking about the Egyptians. Listen. Let's just stop. Okay? Let's stop playing games. The ancient record has it. I don't even feel like finishing this article. But Mr. Tristan Samuels, Dr. Tristan Samuels, talks about how the Greeks are obsessed with the genitalia of and the sexual virility of the black people, and that's still in the writings today. That's still in writings of Europeans in 100 years ago, talking about the savage sexuality of the black man, talking about the unhinged uh, uh, sexual appetite of black people. You know, and so Tristan Samuel's drawing on that tradition to say it's quite clear that firstly the Greeks were quite racist, but also they clearly saw Egyptians as part of the black morass, the black sort of milieu, I should put it. Okay, and I've just shown you a biblical passage. Merge that with my video earlier last year about the other passages in Ezekiel that talk about the Egyptians having their origin in the southern lands, in the south lands. I'll finish this article let's just do this live justice. Let's do this justice, okay? Herodotus's commentary. I'll quickly put my mouse over the bit I'm reading from. Herodotus's commentary is both racial and also gender specific. This ethnographic commentary naturalizes implicitly the superiority of the tanned Greek male by sexually othering the black male body. Moreover, this passage demonstrates that Greek portrayals of black men are not only generic examples of race, and additionally, gender cannot be synonymized with womanhood. Multidimensionality theory demonstrates that the complex interactions between social identity categorizes rather than mechanically applicable is contextual. I butchered that. The interaction between race and gender is mutually synergistic and co-constituting. This ethnographic commentary is in a multidimensional lens shows that Herodotus' views of gendered bodies was fundamentally linked to race. Consequently, Greco-Roman portrayals of black men are relevant to analysis of both race and gender, or perhaps such discussions should not be treated as wholly separate. I don't even listen, guys. Tristan Samuels concludes that Herodotus knew what he was talking about when he was talking about the Colchians were black and kinky haired like the Egyptians. He knows exactly what he's talking about, and let's just move on. Let's stop playing games and let's move on with it. And he also concludes that they were racist with it. Now, again, I don't hold to that. I think it was fairly. I like to place it in terms of what we have today. I've said this before in other streams. I think that actually the world is getting more and more polarized, more and more racialized, and we think we're supposedly moving away from that. But actually, look at Trump. Look at the rise of the right in all these countries. And I don't really support any political side. I think both sides are mashed up. You're not going to get your salvation in any sort of political party, even black parties, and it's all a nonsense. But look at what's happening in our world right now. I don't think the world's getting less racist. I think we're telling ourselves that they want us to believe that, oh, we've given you rights and all of this and that. But I think the world's still largely obsessed with race, especially the Western world. In fact, I'm talking about the Western world when I say the world, really. But it's all a game. it's all more covert now, which I think is more dangerous. In any case, the point of this live has been to show you that, look, it's a nonsense. When they take the text of Herodotus, and particularly that infamous passage in which he talks about the skin color of the Egyptians, it's a nonsense to pretend Herodotus didn't know what he was talking about. And that he's not calling the Egyptians black, and he's not. No. We know what it is. If you know, you know. If you're open, you're open, and if you're not, you're closed off because of your biases. I'm reading the comments coming through, and RJ Mackenzie says, it's rich white folks against everyone else. Exactly. Let's just put it that way. Academia, all of what we're looking at on Trillblack channel isn't really a problem to most of the world. I don't believe. I believe what's happened is that very, very, very rich people at the very top have found a way to stay in power, and it's to pit people against one another. You're better than them, keep them down, otherwise they're going to get you. And I think most people are victims. I'm a black guy telling you that I didn't know much of this stuff till much later in my life, till I reached adulthood. So a lot of people are under the spell, black people and white people. It's easier for a white person to be under the spell because it serves them to believe that we didn't achieve anything. It serves, it's easier. But all the same, we can all be deceived the same way. A lot of black people are out there caping for this narrative, the narrative that ancient Egypt doesn't belong to Africa, or we need to leave it alone, or there are other civilizations in Africa, all that rubbish. But we cannot. You can't start European history without talking about the ancient Greeks or Romans. We cannot start African history without talking about the ancient Egyptians. So I'm gonna leave this chat here, the live here. I hope I've not rambled. Let me know, guys. Let me know in the comment section, in the chat. Have I rambled in this, or have I helped us out? Have I moved the debate forward a bit? Have I shown you things you didn't know before, that you hadn't thought about? I'm seeing some good comments come through. I'm seeing people clicking on the love, the like emoji, and I like that. Thank you. It makes it worth my while to know that people have enjoyed this. So let me know. Press 1, whatever. Just let me know in the chat whether it's been a good live. I intend to do a reaction live very soon, and it's on something that it's going to be a much more chilled out live, and it's not going to be as academic. It's going to be very fun, and I'll just keep it. I'll keep my cards close to my chest for now, but that will be maybe in the next couple of weeks, and hopefully a video that I've been working on or thinking about working on for a while will be coming out in the next few days. If not in the next few days, certainly within the next fortnight, within the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Lulu. I'm hearing great stream. Thank you. That's a massive. That means a lot to me. A video on the Oceanian people one day. Yeah, I'll look into that. It's just me right now. It's just me and me alone. So yeah. Anyway, thank you all very much for joining me in the live today, and I'm going to end and close out the stream right about now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Surfactant. We got 2 moderators now. We got RJ Mackenzie, 3 if you count Jed Kane. Thank you, Unique Said. Thank you for the super chats, Black Rampage and Surfactant. Thank you very much, guys. It's been wonderful. All right.